It's time.
Well, I guess it's that time of the day again. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to SFS Gaming, where we are streaming for Sammy. I'm Buck, Sammy's dad. And yeah, another chill day today while we're waiting for GAC to kick back up. Current round of TW is winding down. We got 45 minutes or so till the results come in. And last I looked, we were doing okay over here on the new account. Oh, good. We made it to fleets. Hey, I can do a fleet battle. Look at that. Look at that. Let's do a fleet battle. Hey, Sop. What's going on, my friend? What's going on? That looks like a good fleet to F in the A, if you know what I mean. Oh, yeah, I guess it is supper time over there, huh? Do you go any place special for dinner? Oh, we got ads. We got the ads, or at least this thing over here that I kind of monitor stuff on. Another eye. I have an eye over here, eye over here. Middle is the game. We had a few ads going. I haven't had anything to eat yet today. This be about the time I would normally want to eat, but I figured I'd start streaming a little bit early and then have like a snack afterwards or whatever, right before my own dinner. Oh, sweet! You talk about using like Newt, Maul, and Sidious in Naboo. Is that the trio we're referring to? Because yeah, it's a great team. It's a great team. I just wish there was more dispels on that team. Because like if you can get stuck for a couple of rounds behind the stupid droidicas if the timing is off. What's up, Red? How you doing? Well, I guess I know what we're nuking out. Yeah. I can take a look at your roster, buddy. That's no problem at all. Yeah. Go ahead and put your ally code in, and we'll slide right over and we'll take a peek real quick. Is there a specific question or concern that you have, or do you want me to just kind of give you my general thoughts, and then we can go from there? Yeah, I haven't gotten a max run yet with the Newt trio. but I play them on like the R7 level, and I get like 1.4 out of a possible 1.8. So I'm not unhappy with that. All right, let's 8. Dun, dun, dun. All right, Red Destroyer in Prequel Awesome. The Guild Prequel Awesome. I like the name because, yes, the prequels are, in fact, awesome. Okay. Your arena team looks good. I mean, I love seeing a 2 Zeta Palpatine. So, rough guess. Based on what I'm seeing here, you are currently going for Sith Eternal and maybe Executor simultaneously. Oh, love this. Love seeing this. So that's a definite Executor sign right there. I mean, it looks like you're going for Executor and Sith Eternal. If I had to take a guess, and if that's what you're doing, oh shoot, sorry, I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to do that. I wish I could look at the journey guide simultaneously while looking at your stuff. Yeah, I mean, luckily there's a little crossover with C and Executor, so you can make a little bit of progress on each one. Yeah, Executor's important. It'll help you out a lot, especially at your GP and your GACs. If you get Executor, no one's touching you for a long time. Yeah, no, you're doing good. Xanadu's in progress. Bomber's done. That's awesome. Yeah, you're in solid shape, man. You're in super solid shape. I would I just you keep doing what you're doing. Keep doing what you're doing, and then when you get done with Executor, I mean, I would transition over to C because you're not super far off from C, and it looks to be that you're fairly far off from any other GL at the moment. But yeah, you get Executor and C, you'll yeah. R5 new. Yep. There you go. Yeah, no, you're in good shape. Obviously you've got a little bit of a hill to climb with Piet. That's gonna take some time. R8 is still it's not as big of a deal as it used to be. A couple years ago, once they put out R9, R8 got a little bit easier to get, but R8 is still a major investment in the characters. So yeah. And I mean, and eventually you might even, when you start getting up into higher GPs, you might even want to keep your eye on him for a potential R9, just get the most speed into your Executor as you can. Well, hello there, Hap. How you doing, brother? But no, you're in great shape. You got good mods on your guys. You skipped this Zeta, which I'm actually a fan of, because how often do you really ever use him as leader? Maybe if you're going up against the Geonosian team, you might throw him in as the lead with a bunch of other Empire guys, just because he can kind of dance his way through the Geo team. But I mean, he's hardly ever put in the leader slot, so saving yourself a Zeta there is fantastic. You got the Zetas on Bosk. You got this Zeta on Sidious, which before they said they nerfed the C event. I haven't looked at it in a while, but having this Zeta was a big deal in getting through the first tier of the Sith Eternal event. So that's awesome. Love seeing an Omi on a Wampa. Yeah, dude, you're in great shape, and then you got Boba's in progress. Like you're right there. You're right there. And then let's see. So I'm trying to remember all the Sith Eternal requirements off the top of my head. You got Krennic at 7 stars. So, I mean, some would say that that's the hard part. So you're definitely in progress. Yeah, you're in pretty good shape, man. I would just you've got a plan. That's whenever I look at a roster, I want to see that they have a plan. If you're asking me to look at my roster and I'm seeing just kind of like random shit, I'm probably going to start questioning you a little bit. You clearly, when I hopped in and saw your stuff, I could clearly see you have a plan in progress. And that's the biggest thing. Is you're following the journey guide. You're like, okay, I need to get this up to this and this up to that. You're doing it right. You're doing it well. You should be. That's awesome. Dude. You should be very proud of the progress on your account, Red. You really should be. You're not doing anything unnecessarily. You're being very efficient. You're being efficient with your Zetas, which is, I mean, so smart. It's so smart. You got double Zeta on a Geo Brood. I mean, that's amazing. The Rebel Trinity wouldn't be horrible. Wouldn't be horrible at all. And there's your CLS. So you got your Han there. I'm assuming you probably have a MILF. Oh, you haven't unlocked MILF yet? Well, you will. You'll be able to unlock MILF pretty quick with all your bounty hunter ships being where they are. Sorry, it just started raining outside, and I can hear it in here over through my headphones and over my own talking and everything else that's going on. So I just had to take a gander. But yeah, you're not going to be super far off. You have Hermit Yoda unlocked, I saw, so you can get in Jedi Knight Luke's not going to be a problem. You have some Ewoks in progress, I think I saw. Some Ewoks, so you'll be able to go for 3PO. Yep, you just need BAM for Razor Crest. And do you have the crest unlocked yet? No, you can't unlock it without the pilot. What am I thinking? I'm going to get my head out of my ass. Yeah, and you got him in a decent spot for unlocking the BAM through the event. Scoundrel. Who am I looking for here? IG, you're getting stars. Quill, you're making good progress. Kara, you'll start working on her at some point. But yeah, you're on your way. Well, I think you can unlock Razor Crest at 4 stars. I'm pretty sure. It's been dude, you have to. I'm on my second account right now, so it's not super impressive at all yet. I'm working towards Jabba the Hutt, and I'm trying to max out my Chimera, and then working on profundity requirements because some of them overlap with Jabba. That's right. Yeah, Bam's a 7-star unlock. He is a 330, but he's not the hardest unlock. I mean, the hard part's getting the rest of those characters at 7 stars to get through the event. So how's everybody's bonus drops going? Yeah, I very cheap on gear with mine as well. Very cheap on mine. Yeah, no, the drop rates, that 1% thing is legit. It's legit. It seems to me that the characters, like these guys, are dropping pretty solidly, but like the Zetas and all that are not dropping well at all. Well, so I had, on my main account yesterday, I had 2400 Cantina energy and, quite a bit of mod and fleet energy, and I spent it all. And I think I walked away with less than 30 Zetas. I didn't keep count, but it was bad. It was probably the worst drop rate I've ever seen. And then after I got rid of all my canteen energy, I refreshed through the 100s and did those, and then stopped at that point. Because it just was not worth it. It's not worth it to spend crystals past the basic refresh on Cantina. So like you refresh, I think 3 times, and then the cost jumps to 200. Do that. You'll probably get 1 Zeta per refresh. So, you'll get 3 Zetas out of that. And if that's what you're doing anyways, especially if you're farming in the Cantina node, it's free Zetas. It's just the drop rates are bad. But it's free, especially if you're refreshing regardless of these. And every day I do all 3 refreshes in Cantina for signal data and whatever else. So if as long as you're doing your normal farming thing, just think of anything else as a bonus. But yeah, don't waste a whole lot of crystals on it. All right, so we're going to do. I think we should be able to do the first 2 tiers here on AB on the new account, and I had forgotten you can actually bring this Qui-Gon and not worry about this Qui-Gon. So you can have a R5 guy if you bought that Lightspeed bundle. Should make it easier. Oh, good, Hap. Good. Oh, yeah, Red. No, that's 100% a very, very, very smart move, man. Your fleet arena income is very important. So, yeah, that is the best move. And you also get the benefit. It will 100% help you out in GAC. So you should see a crystal income jump there as well. Well, there you go, man. Yeah, play the game. Play the game. All right, well let's get this going. Apologies, I'm not going to play the music, guys, because oh, I wish it would let me swap these guys around. Whatever. Not going to play the music, even though it's Duel of the Fates, because the simple fact of the matter is that will and did the last time I did that it got me a strike. Not a strike, but it muted that part of the stream for because of the potential copyright infringement. So it didn't get me a warning, but it got me a like, hey, this might be copyrighted. We're muting it. So as much as I want to hear Duel of the Fates, I mean, as much as everybody wants to hear Duel of the Fates, unfortunately, we just can't play it. So, but we can do the event, make some money, and keeping an eye on the clock because I've got my own fleet stuff to deal with here in a little while. Oop, it's the part with the double screens. Like your mouse doesn't stop. It just went over to my second screen here. No, the wrong guy died. All right, well there we go. We got the W. Yeah, that's Hap. That's smart, dude. I'm glad. Congratulations. Oh, and we got some Master Qui-Gon shards and 2 million credits. Yeah, that's a nice little payday. And we can refresh it if we choose. Oh, can I take him to 5 stars? Oh, I see. I'm 7 shards short from being able to take him to 5 stars. So I can do one of two things. Well, I can do a lot of things. I guess I could buy this. Actually, this is a pretty good deal. I mean, 23.74, but 5 Ohms and 10 Zetas plus the 25 shards. I mean, the 5 Ohms alone, this right here is more than worth this bundle. So that's not bad. That's not bad at all. I mean, I would prefer it, of course, like anybody else who's reasonable for that to be a little cheaper, but oh, God, I thought that said $190 for a second. I'm like, what the hell are we looking at? And then I realized it was 18 and not 189. But that's good, Hap. I'm glad you got that handled that way today. So yes, you got yourself a solid 200 crystals, and he ended up only getting 100. All right, so I can refresh this and run it again now, but I would need this to drop for me to be able to go to here. So I mean, Hap, I think that's a pretty smart move because, like you were saying, if they take the thing up to level 90, you're going to be leaving. So yeah, I mean, hanging on to your money is probably not a bad thing. Although I did watch that Arnold video on my own after we got done with the stream, and he thinks the level 90 thing's a big nothing burger. Should I run this again? Should I spend the 500 crystals to maybe get the 7 shards, which would let me do tier 2? Um, well, you're gonna have to wait for a Lightspeed bundle to hit the store, which there probably will be one pretty soon. Um, the best one I think you could buy for yourself would be the bundle that gives you the 5 Jedi at Relic 5, because that gets you a team for Naboo, for the Naboo raid. So that's right now to me the best investment. Yeah, I think my theory or thought on it is we should be getting the return of every Lightspeed bundle in November during the game's anniversary. It lines up roughly with American Thanksgiving. It's like November 24th, I think it is this year, right around there. You should see the return of every Lightspeed bundle and probably some new ones to go with the game's anniversary. So it's almost coming up on. Well, maybe if we're coming up on a 1 year anniversary for the SOKR and the Ray ones, we might be, maybe they'll do a 1 year anniversary thing. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and spend the crystals to refresh and battle this again. Hoping I get 7 more shards to drop for him, so I can do the tier 2. And if not, well, I'll have made. I'll have made a couple million credits. I think the SOKR bundle will be back. If it's not back on its 1 year anniversary, it'll definitely be back. I mean, I'm saying definitely, but that's just my opinion. I definitely think. Let me caveat it. I definitely think it will be back in time for the anniversary of the game. But a 1 year anniversary release, which I can't believe it has been a 1 year thing already. It would be very possible to see it done then as well. But yeah, I think they'll bring it back. I'm just hoping they bring it back at that original price point. Oh, hey, we did it. Okay, so now we can bump him up and go do tier 2. I'm keeping an eye on the clock because I do need to get over to my other account at some point. But so we made 4 million credits doing that first tier twice, and now we'll get to go do the next one. Yeah. I think people are already a little bit outraged that they haven't brought it back, anyways. So yeah, it would be wise for them to do so. So yeah, we'll make another couple mil here, and then we'll head over to the main account, and then we'll do this. We'll do the Fleet Arena. We'll do the Shin event. This is this Wednesday today? This should be the last day for the Shin stuff. So wow, this Maul is an elite level 80. This guy just doesn't have the damage. I might need to check his mods. Or maybe I'll throw Master Qui-Gon in here. Yeah. Well, yeah, the synergy between Master Qui-Gon and Padawan Obi-Wan is much better than it is with that guy and this guy. It'd be cool if they let you use both. That would be fun. Well, yeah, the days and that buff immunity right there definitely help the bonus protection. He should get advantage right here. Yeah. I mean, these guys aren't modded amazingly well. You know, you can only mod somebody so well at 5 stars, but yeah, the assists, the cleansing, everything else. Yeah, yeah. This is going so much better. I'd probably be able to go back into that first one and 3-star it if I wanted to, so I could sim it next time it comes around. Yeah, yeah, yeah. They're meant to go together. My only beef with these two guys is I wish there was another leader other than Quadme that they could work well under. And I mean, they do fine in a Jedi team or in another Galactic Republic team. They'll do okay, but the huge synergy with Quadme, you know, if you don't have her or you don't have her at high levels or whatever, it can really make these guys seem very underwhelming. Nice. Look at that. Yeah, definitely designed to go together. 15 and another 2 milli. Hey, that's awesome. That's beautiful. And not worth spending 1,000 crystals to refresh though. We have a month. Maybe we can get these guys up to 7 stars. Tackle this next stage. Yeah, no, I wouldn't regret farming these guys at all. They're good. They're good. They're a solid team. Even just for the vibes, it's worth having them. You know. All right. Let's go ahead and hit the main account. We got a full clear in our TW. Should be a win. The other guild sandbagged, like I said, they left 15 people on the bench and just didn't have enough to get through our walls. Yeah, and the assault battle 100% makes them worth it. What did I do? What did I do here? Okay, that's better. Well, if they didn't, so those Lightspeed bundles that have been we've been talking about today, especially, they've actually, well, those are almost constant topics of conversation. But those Lightspeed bundles, if they didn't release those, I don't know that I would have Ray or SLKR unlocked today. I was in progress working on them anyways, but yeah, those bundles sped it along. But I don't know that I would have them. Um, all right, here we go. Main account. What's the Jawa trying to sell me today? Decent stuff. I mean, 50 signal data. Well, so I did. What did I do? Sith Eternal, Executor. Then I went for God. Who did I go for after that? Because this was in the days right before JMK was released. So we only had the 5, but I think I went from. God, I think I might have gone from C straight to JMK, and then I did JML. Like, I can't even remember my path other than I started with C. The Queen's Men's bundle it's actually a pretty decent deal. It's not a lot of shards, but 5 Omicrons is 5 Omicrons and 10 Zetas. It's not horrible. It's not horrible. I would like there to be more shards for this price point, but I mean the Omicrons are nice. I mean 5 Omis is 5 Omis, and that's one of the rarest resources in the game. So and 10 Zetas is 10 Zetas. So. All right, so I got a few minutes before I need to worry about my own fleet. And all sorts of good rewards coming our way today. And I can sim them, but I'm not going to. Oh, wow. He decided to pull that out of his ass. That's some RNG bullshit right there. Wow. He is, somebody had said in my guild the other week that they felt like these guys had been buffed. Like this was harder. And I've never really had issues. I mean, and they're modded for the raid, which should be plenty good even for this. Like he's got a ton of damage on him. Wow. What the hell is going on here? All right, well, we've got a ton of tiers to do, so I'm just going to sim this one, see what we get. Ooh, droid brains, which I don't need. I need keypads. Maybe I'll refresh this one once, see if I can get some keypads, because I just had to, I didn't have to, but I volunteered to R9 my GI for the guild in TB, so... Well, Hap, supposedly, and this is just another thing Arnold had talked about on his video yesterday. The bonus calendar next month appears to be Dengar, which means we might get Punishing One next month, which means we might be getting that pretty awesome boost for Executor sooner than I thought. I don't need this, but I would love to land a bunch of that. So if the Punishing One is coming sooner than we thought, which I would not be sad about, you might be getting a boost very soon. But yeah, the double tap, or the lack of the double tap, is a huge problem. Because yeah, I have a bad feeling they stealth nerfed it and didn't say anything. Yeah, because I mean, and you've done the tracking, you've kept count of what's been going on, and you're definitely not seeing a 65% rate. Yeah, so many credits for doing this. Oh yeah, dude, I'm struggling keeping up with two accounts. But I mean, I've got a very active account with Marvel Strike Force. I'm still playing Raid Shadow Legends just for fun. Plus trying to be a dad, plus trying to be a husband. Dude, two is my limit for accounts on Galaxy Heroes, and there are days when even I feel like two is too much. Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot, and that's a ton of time. Even if you've got nothing, I'm just gonna sim these. We would walk right through these regardless. That's a ton of time, even if you had nothing else going on. Um, how many crystals? 14.8k. About to get 400. All right, I'm gonna do one more. I'm gonna do a refresh and sim here to hopefully get some keypads out of the deal. And you get 100 crystals back, so, I mean, all things considered, it's really only an $8.99 refresh. And more droid brains. Thanks, game. Love you. Love you, buddies. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm not upset by it. I would have much preferred the keypads, but at least I'm not worried about brains for a while. Um, and we'll be getting some rewards here from TW here in a few minutes. So yeah, it's not a bad deal. Again, would have preferred to get some keypads, but keypads are also not super hard to farm scavenger wise. I mean, yes, you're giving up relic materials, obviously, but if you need keypads bad enough, you can obtain them. Yeah, droid brains they are expensive. There's no debating that. They're expensive and they're rare. You either buy them or you slowly build them up in territory war. The way we used to deal with arrows in the freaking challenge pit. It's the same. Any way you look at it, any way you shake it. Oh, look at this. Look at this. This little cunt who has been completely silent. He has been completely silent for weeks. Now all of a sudden I'm getting battled coming to my payout. All right, well, I mean, if he wants to do this, we can fucking do this. Yeah, this guy. Such a fucking scrub. But I mean, if he wants to play, we can play. I can go back to making his life fucking miserable for him. Yeah, they're really blocking me. This guy, he was doing it for a while, and then I just attacked him relentlessly over and over and over and over and over, and made him waste crystals. And then he stopped for a while, and yeah, today he's sitting on me, just sitting on me. He's an absolute scrub account and an absolute scrub player. Just garbage. Garbage guild, garbage account. Just everything about him is trash. Look at that. Look at that shit fucking modding on Jedi Master Luke. He's got more health than he does protection because he doesn't understand how this team gets played. Just absolute shit character modding. This is the slowest Kylo Ren Supreme Leader I have ever seen in my life. 528. You have to try to be that slow. Yeah, absolute shit account. Absolute shit player. Oh, whoever was doing it stopped. Somebody might have been trying to climb on me. Maybe it wasn't that guy. But I still stand by literally every statement I just made about him. Still a shit player with a shit account. Is yours really that bad, Sopper? All right. Keep feeling that turn meter. Oh, yeah, well, you're going for a different thing. Like, that homie's got a speed set, and he's that bad. Yeah, offense is much more valuable on SOKR now. If you can get offense and speed, all the better. But he's a very fast character naturally, so like to yeah. Sorry, I'm just watching the clock a little bit. I know speed. Like if I'm using him against Leia, I definitely want speed a little bit more. Just because if I can stun Drogon, like if I can go before Leia and get Drogon stunned, it makes life a lot happier. And that's for sure. That's for darn sure. Because he ramps. He ramps enough stats that, it's. Yeah, he's going to ramp enough anyways that his damage is going to go up as long as you can survive. But yeah, there's cases to be made for both. I mean, if you looked at the modding and those datacrons where he was getting the bonus offense, based on his defense and all this other stuff. Like the higher your offense, the harder you were going to hit. So if you had a decent amount of speed with a shit ton of offense, I mean, you were one shot nuking out teams. So we have another very, very interesting Grand Arena opponent for tomorrow morning. So big shout out. Death Star Maintenance Crew DSMC. I think that's a hilarious guild name. I'm all about it. Mini Darth Million. But so you hop into his inventory. He's a higher GP than me. Rocking the R9s where people rock the R9s. Nothing surprising. Lots of datacrons. This is the part that gets me. Yeah, he's higher. Remember, he's higher GP than me. Please keep that in mind. He's higher GP than me. And so you're looking, okay, cool. Like, bare minimum here on your Houndstooth. That's fine, whatever. Marauder is up and running. Lots of stuff here. Scrolling. What now? So, higher GP than me, and once again, his meta ships are incomplete. This is the second opponent in a row where, like, legitimately, like, why aren't your fleets better, bro? Like, this is all well and good, but this is only one half of a sandwich. You need the whole. You need both pieces of bread. You need characters. You need fleets. I'm honestly, other than he's got Afra, like I'm struggling to see where his extra GP is coming from. Like he's not that much higher than me, but he's higher than me. And he's higher than me without a bunch of super ships. I mean, he's got a Luthien. Okay, that's not going to account for all of it. It's going to account for some of it. But, like, I have all these at relic levels, and I've got some Jawa stuff at relic levels, and Morgan's at relic, Death Troopers at relic, my Shin's at relic, like, and his GP is 300,000 higher than mine, give or take. It's very weird, very weird. I guess maybe things like the Tuscans and the Emphas, all the other little characters that he's got relic add up, but it's just kind of shocking that he's got higher GP than me and his ships are in not very good shape. So I don't know, but we'll see tomorrow morning. We'll see how it shakes out. Fleets were a huge difference maker last time around. All right, so we got our rewards for Territory War, first place. Woo! And you see why I don't give a shit about droid brains? Because I'm getting droid brains left and right from TW. But this stuff right here, the alteration materials, this is a big deal. This is the big difference in winning and losing, is you get a ton of these for winning and you don't get many of them for losing. I think you get 20 for losing. So like I might be able to re-roll. I don't even know if I want to re-roll a Relic 9, to be honest with you, or if I need to re-roll a Relic 9, but some Kairos, no big deal. 3 Zetas, always appreciated. Because God knows, I know 131. Now I'm going to have 134. I know it's a lot. It's a lot. But 120 for GL Ahsoka. God knows how many for Balin. God knows how many Marok's going to need. God knows how much Ezra's going to need. If I had double this, I would feel comfortable. But I don't have double this, so I will Zeta Marok if he comes out next week, like I'm assuming he's going to, for the Balin event, because I have a feeling you're going to want all the Zetas for that Balin event, and probably all the Zetas to make that team work the way it's designed to work. But yeah, I'm assuming didn't they do a kit reveal for Ezra though? Didn't they have the Spectre tag added into the game? I know he's a Jedi. So I think we're probably looking at Purgle migration. Yeah, and then they removed it. That's weird. I wonder yeah, I wonder what's going on with that. Oh, because I mean, it still has him as Spectre. So I'm guessing he's probably a 2 Zeta 2 Omi, or maybe 3 Zeta 3 Omi character right here. I'm assuming Balin is also going to be a 3 Omi 3 Zeta character. We know Ahsoka will be a 6 Zeta character. So yeah, there's a lot going on. Yeah, 3 Omis is very, very common for Conquest and Journey. I mean, you look at all the other, Bo-Katan. She's a 3 Omi. And then he potentially can have 3 Omis, 3 Omis, 3 Omis, 3 Omis, 3 Omis. Luthen, I think, is a 3 Omi character. 3 Omi character, yeah. Would not shock me at all. So potentially, between Ezra and Balin, you're looking at needing 6 Omicrons. 3 Omis. So yeah. And she's 2. She's 2 Omis. But yeah, 3 Omis would not shock me at all. Would not shock me at all. All right. Well, last day for the Shin event, so make sure you get in and get your rewards, because they're depending on how far you've unlocked her. Either get your shards, get all your bonus rewards, do the whole thing. Wow, 2.4. And he's right. He might not attack. He might not attack. Some people sit out 3v3. They use it as their vacation. Which, I mean, is not the worst idea in the world, to be fair. You know, you need to take breaks to avoid burnout, and GAC can be an insanely frustrating event to deal with. Oh yeah, no, I'm sorry. If I come into a grand arena and I see my opponent has absolutely no chance to win, of course I'm attacking. Who doesn't want free crystals, you know? But there are some people who sit out 3v3. I have not run into one in a very long time, but there are people legitimately who sit out 3v3. It's the off season or whatever. And I mean, and if you don't care, you don't care. If you sign up, you do want to attack, you get your participation, you get a couple hundred crystals from the loss, you get a couple hundred crystals from you'll get whatever crystals from taking last place. And then, when the whole thing ends, you'll get that 2,000 or whatever, depending on where you're sitting. For me, it's like 22. You'll get that 2,200 crystal payout at the end, and you didn't have to do anything but attack once a day or once a GAC. It's not horrible. Well, yeah, but I mean, if you just go in, you do the one attack and get the 10 banners, then you'll get your rewards. Which is, I think, when most people are taking 3v3 off, that's probably what they're doing. It's what I would do, and I mean, honestly, the day might come when I do that, maybe, but not while I'm streaming. GAC is such fun content for a Twitch streamer or a YouTube streamer. It's just a blast. Even if it goes bad, I usually have fun because, we're talking, we're chatting, we're having a good time. I'm making fun of myself, blah, blah, etc. All that's going on. All right. Well, always fun having one of these going. I think we'll be right back into it next Thursday. Would be very shocked if it's not Marok next week. It could be the next requirement for Ahsoka, which I would also love and appreciate to be able to see that. So I think at this point, safe to assume it's either going to be Master Huyang or a new Sabine. But it being Marok next week would not shock me. It's either going to be Marok or it's going to be another Ahsoka requirement. So it's one of the two. But I think we're very close to Balin. So getting the last Balin requirement, I think, is the most likely possibility. Which means we would then, in this massive cycle, we're probably the biggest cycle of marquees that we've had in a long time, because we had Padawan, Obi-Wan, and Master Qui-Gon come in as marquees, and then we started getting the GL Ahsoka marquees along with the marquees for Balin. It's been quite the cycle of marquee characters this past few months. I don't know. Like I said, I've heard that some people take 3v3 off. They just don't care. Like 3v3 to them is not the real Grand Arena, and they want the break from Grand Arena, so they sign up. They do their 10 banner attack, and then they walk away. I've heard of this. I've never seen it, but I've heard of it. So, it does exist. It does exist. I miss the days of the old GAC when you could tell from the get-go if your opponent was going to attack or not because they had an auto defense placed. Yeah, it's the last day for her event. Yeah, last day, unfortunately. As I do love those free rewards, but the train keeps on moving down the track. We've got 3 more marquees, and then probably a ship chase next month. I mean, 18 of 100 is fantastic, and so she's a week old now at this point, a week old tomorrow. So you'll have 3 weeks, and then she'll be on a node somewhere probably, or she'll be in packs at least. So you could finish her off fairly quick. I am thinking about putting her Omicron on her. Well, I think I'm going to anyways for Balin for his team, but that Omicron for TW in general, like you could stick her on a Lord Vader team with this Omicron and it would benefit everybody substantially. 50% health and protection until the first time she's defeated. You know, shut down light side, enemy cooldown reduction for 2 turns or until she's defeated. You know, you could do some fun stuff with her in TW. And, you know, these bonus Soldier of Fortune effects, pretty solid. I'm probably going to end up doing this for her. Well, punishing one, what is this, the 25th? Our good buddy Arnold, the legend, the Emperor, said that next month's bonus calendar is Dengar. So given that it's Dengar, probably a good indication that the Punishing One chase is coming next month. Unless they're going to be throwing, for the last 3 months of the year, throwing in executor requirements in the bonus calendars just so people who don't have it can maybe get some more stuff along the way to try to get into the ship before they release it in like Conquest or whatever. I don't know. But yeah, it's probably a safe bet that it's going to come next month, which I thought it would be the Conquest event because a ship a year was the standard for Conquest for a while, and they've gone away from that. So it makes me wonder. It makes me wonder what we're going to be getting for Conquest. It could be, you know, given that we've had Bastila as the bonus thing this month, going into the new Conquest, we could start seeing the building blocks, the bones for whatever the new light side meta ship is going to be. That is undoubtedly coming probably at the beginning of next year at some point. So it could be an Old Republic thing. We could start seeing some Old Republic stuff drifting in, which may be why they're wanting to push the Punishing One out so fast. Get that in, get that done, and then that way people are going to be able to then turn and focus on the new light side meta. What happened to my mic? Nothing happened to my mic. What happened to your mic, Sopper? My voice sounds like I'm speaking out of helium. I'm not hearing that in my headphones, but here, we'll just unplug it and plug it back in real quick. I don't know if that fixed it or not, but there it is. It's probably a Streamlabs issue, to be honest with you. It's probably Streamlabs, but Streamlabs has not been doing great for me lately. I keep saying I need to replace it, but I haven't done anything with that, and probably won't for a while. And now my mic's in a weird spot. There we go. Yeah, I'll get around to it at some point. Yeah. Well, I mean, they literally call it Streamlabs OBS, like in all their literature, all their advertising. The big thing, Streamlabs, like when I looked up this sort of software, Streamlabs was like the number one find, and it was very easy to use. So like when I was getting into this, I had no idea what I was doing with anything, and still kind of feel that way on a day-to-day basis. But it's very easy to use, and it's got some cool plugins and whatnot. Oh yeah, we have TW on the other account as well. I actually haven't even looked at GAC over there. So let me go back to the alternate account real fast, and we'll start winding down the stream. I also need to look at Marvel Strike Force, which I'm really, really hoping we get a PC client for at some point. Because I switched over to Bones' guild and had my defense chucked onto the bridge. And it had held up pretty well. Oh, you missed the notifications, Draxy. You missed everything. You missed all the fun. No message in Discord. I am looking at it right here. I mean, also, fair to point out that I pretty much stream at the same time every day. I mean, oh yay, 4 more Sentinel shards. All right, how we doing? How are we doing on the Alliance War? Oh, pretty much in the same spot we were the last time I looked. Well, maybe I screwed the pooch up, or Graxy, I'm sorry. Oh wow, they finally got through the bridge. Oh wait, no they didn't. Haha, I went to the wrong thing. I wasn't on the right thing. Yeah, so me getting put onto the bridge, it took them 5 tries to take down my Spider Society. 2 for Alpha Flight, 3 for Alpha Flight, 2 for Gamma, 2 for Cabal with Ares and Dormammu. Oh, 3 for Dormammu and Ares and Cabal. 2 for Hive Mind with Super Scroll. They did 1 attack against my Superior 6 and failed. They haven't touched my Out of Time. 2 on Secret Avengers, and then they didn't touch Infestation or Black Order. And I didn't, honest to God, I could have put down a stronger defense. Oh, that's awesome, Sopper. You're almost there, bud. You are so close. So close. Hey, look at that. Solid win. Solid win. Couple of Zetas, always appreciated. Some credits. Some other stuff. But yeah, I need to... What's my GAC looking like over here? Dodik Flex representing Neptune 1. Okay, well, he's got a couple of relics. He's got the Geo ships with Tarkin as his fleet. Okay, well, he is a free-to-play player, if I ever saw one. Health. Leia wants health with as much speed as you can give her. And some people will sacrifice health for speed, and that's fine. It's very helpful in mirrors, particularly if she's faster. What you got, Grax? Make me laugh. Make me laugh. All right, well, this should be a good one. Looking forward to it. Yeah, I know. Beaver, I see him streaming, but he's usually pretty late in the day for me to watch him too much. But he's also a friend of the channel. Love Beaver. He's awesome kid. Um, but yeah, I'm very very aware and very familiar. Someone on your team faced your opponent this round last set. Okay. Well, so you probably got some intel. I hope. But yeah, that's that. The odds of that are those are fairly long odds any way you look at it. But yeah, hopefully they can give you a little beta to take into that fight. Yeah, my favorite thing. It's only ever happened to me once, but my favorite. Potency. Well, yeah, fair enough, Grax. Fair enough. Yeah, I mean, she is a debuffer, but a lot of her debuffs can't be resisted. Hang on a second. Let me pull up. What the hell is going on? Well, yeah, I mean, any one of those things is a problem, Grax. Any one of those things is going to be a fucking issue. That's for damn sure. All right, let me pull up my Leia real quick, and then we can even we can go and look at the overall data. But on mine, I'm running a speed set with health, and then health primaries on everything. So yeah, I'm gonna say get rid of the potency because like her tactical offensive debuffs can't be resisted. Um, Ambush can't be resisted or dispelled, so you don't really need potency on her to land her stuff. But yeah, get rid of the potency. You don't need it. You don't need it at all. Because yeah, my potency is at like 71%, which I'm pretty sure is what's baked into her kit. But yeah, you don't need the potency. None of her stuff can be resisted or prevented. I don't think so. Yeah, so there we go. But yeah, she absolutely craves the health, and yeah, the faster any that's a general rule. The faster you can make a character, for the most part, the better it's going to be. With very 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 few exceptions, like you kind of want to slow Druidica. It went to protection. Of course it did. Of course it did. This is my biggest bitch. This is my biggest bitch. So I don't think I have very many. I can't calibrate anything here yet, but we can hop into here. We can't really. Okay, so but anyway, calibration page looks exactly like this page. It's just a different currency. And you pick one of these. It's got to have at least one, or it has to have at least two slices into it. So like you can't take this health off if you're calibrating. This is just general if you're new to the game or whatever, just kind of telling you how it works. So in this case, like if I was to calibrate this, I would say pick protection, right? And then hope. So what it's going to do is it's going to pull one of these rolls off of protection, the bottom one. I think it goes from bottom to top. 547 speed with 130k health, and then you're going to have R2 in there boosting your health. So I have what do I have on mine? I have 530 speed with 160k health. So well, okay, but it won't anyway. It won't take if you've only got one slice on it. It has to have more than one slice to take it. So, random or not, whatever. It's going to pull one of these. It's going to pull one, and then it's going to randomly assign it to any of the other. It's going to randomly assign it to one of the four. My big beef with the calibration of mods is, hey, let us pick. Like, why does everything have to be random all the time? And the 25% chance to return a potentially worse roll to the thing you're trying to take off is just garbage. They should make it more expensive, but let you pick. That's my opinion. That's my opinion. Make it more expensive, but let us pick. Like, if you're going to say, oh, you can calibrate, it's not calibrate. Just change that to re-roll. Just change it to re-roll. It's not a calibration. Calibration is a fine-tuning. This is completely misworded. It needs to be, if I'm going to calibrate something, it's to my standards. So let me do what I want. Yeah. Well, I mean, and to be fair, it would be very, very easy for people to roll a lot of 20 and higher speed mods if they were able to pull whatever they wanted. So it's fair enough. I get it. Balance, whatever. It's not a great system. It's the same as the fucking Datacrons. You hop into a Datacron, you go, I want to re-roll this Datacron. Oh, cool. Let's re-roll this Datacron. Fantastic. Oh, well, hey, guess what? You're going to get what you get, and you're going to be happy that you got that. Consider yourself lucky if it only takes you 10 re-rolls to get the one thing that you wanted on a Datacron. Yeah, exactly. So they could, they don't have to give you the max roll. Make it more expensive. Let me pick what it's going to, but then, fine. Make the number that I'm getting random. That's fine. But at least let me pick from. You're letting me pick what I'm pulling from. At least let me pick where it's going, and then we can go from there. Because so I can only get a maximum of 3 more speed rolls here. Fine, fair enough. So the worst this is going to be is 18, which is not. 18's a fine mod. It's not a great mod. It's not a it's 18 speed is acceptable, but it's not. Anything south of 20 is not fantastic. Well, I mean, I would even take a middle ground compromise on this whole thing. If they removed the chance, so if you're pulling from protection, it won't roll into protection. If they removed that and just gave it an even, you have a 33% chance to land the one that you're looking for instead of 25. Okay, I could accept that even more. But like, okay, I'm going to re-roll this protection and say it pulls this slice and it ends up lowering this by, 0.5% or whatever. So then you've wasted those materials because you're not going to take a worse roll on the same stat. You're going to then be like, oh, well, I'm keeping what I had before, which means you just threw 15 of those micro tuners out the fucking window. And then you have to try again. And then there's days when it seems like no matter what you're doing, it's working for you. But my rule of thumb is if I'm trying to calibrate something, if I don't get what I want on the first roll, it gets one more try. And then I'm done. I'm never going to calibrate that mod again. I'm just going to replace it. Two rolls on a thing is the most I'm willing to do. But I have found that like on days when you're rolling speed, when the game is giving you speed, it's just in a mood to give you speed, and you're going to find yourself getting speed more often. Like if you get one speed roll, odds are you're going to get another one somewhere else. So like if you notice you're getting a lot of speed, recalibrating, enhancing, keep going until you can't go anymore, because you're probably going to end up with a lot of speed if that's what you're after. Um, this was something that somebody told me a long time ago, and I thought it was bullshit, but then I've noticed it turns out to be true more often than not. So I mean, you're not wrong. There are ways you can manipulate it, but um, you know, like none of it really. And this is only here. I only took this to benefit his ship until I get something better. Like I'm not super worried about mods on this account right now. Mods are a work in progress on every account. They always will be. The day you stop working on your mods on an account is the day you're really going to start to fall behind. Mods are a constant project. If you're not constantly working on your mods, you're going to fall behind pretty fast. You always have to work on them. But I just wanted the 6 dot for the extra stats on Chimera. So I was like, ah, screw it. I'll roll it. Well, okay, but actually, Graxy, I'm not sure that's true because the second. So the second, let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Let me take a look on my main account. I've got it up on my iPad real quick. Um, I need to find. I need to dig through characters and try to find a mod to see if I have one that's got like a full role that I could maybe tweak, which is a lot harder to find than you might expect it to be. But because I'm wondering if you pull the if you're pulling a stat from a 5 dot, when the I'm when does the destination roll happen? Does it happen before you pull it or after? Because if you pull it, you're technically removing it to 4, so there's a chance it could still go back. That's I've never tried it. I've never played around with it like that to see if it always goes to something else or if it can still go back to the original. Oh yeah, no, it would be amazing if they made that system. And it did go to the same stat. Yeah, they it's like everything else. It would be a huge quality of life improvement that they are always slow to make. They're very very quick to do a lot of things, but quality of life they are very very slow for quality of life in this game. It would be nice if they did that. It would be really nice. Like it would be nice to have more control over what you're dealing with and what your results are going to be. But does that translate to less money? Maybe, but if people were able to have more control over what their re-rolling is, to me, and this is just me, that would make it. If I had more control, I would be more likely to be like, okay, I have control. Start selling me micro attenuators here in this store for money. Where if I can then have full control over my mods, I'm going to be buying either crystals to whatever. You get what I'm saying? Like there's another way they could monetize it by giving us a little more control. Um, I'm a little shocked they haven't gone to the step of selling perfect mods. Do you know what I'm saying? Like how much money do you think they would make if next week they were like, okay, we are now going to start selling perfect mods? And by perfect mods, it means, let's just say you can get more than 25 speed on a mod, but let's just use 25. Let's just use 25 as the example. They're going to sell a pack for $20 and it gets you a health set with all 25 speed rolls. How many of those do you think they'd sell? And $20, that's just me pie in the sky, and it would be probably more like 50. But how many of those do you suppose they'd sell? Yeah, no, buying packs out of frustration and or desperation are never the right thing. It's like saying I'm broke or I need money really bad, so I'm going to go to the casino with what money I have and hope that I turn it into more. You know, like that's the same kind of situation right there. You know, you're gambling. It's literal gambling. You're taking a chance, and maybe it'll work out for you. Maybe it'll work out for you. This is, speaking of things working out for you, this is kind of an interesting pack out of the clear blue, especially for a conquest character. This is very interesting. And even more interesting is the price. You know, considering we had like these 5-pack pulls at 6,000 and this one only being 4, but you can only buy it once. But the odds aren't any better than in any other standard pull. But I mean, there's a shot you could save yourself a whole lot of time in proving grounds for the low price of $399.99. Yeah. Well, this is complete gambling. This is complete gambling because, okay, you're going to spend 4,000 and you're probably going to end up getting 25 to 35 shards is probably where you're going to end up. Is he sitting in shipments anywhere, like in the weekly? Because he should be 4,000 for 50. That should be his going price. So if you're doing that, you're gambling on getting a 330 roll. That's what you're going for. I'm going for the 330 roll. Fantastic. But yeah, if he was sitting over here, you would have a much better value on the 4,000 probably. I mean, he could be a 50 for 2. I wonder if he's in the store anywhere on my main account. I think if I did go to him, Ufus, Taryn, what's up, brother? Okay, he's not showing up anywhere in the store, but yeah, he might be a 50 for 2, but he's definitely a 50 for 4. Definitely a 50 for 4. And then, yeah, Proving Grounds. It's what, 2,000 or 22 to refresh a node? Yeah, this is, hey, if you can tell they're trying to get people to part with their crystals a little bit right now. When you start seeing packs like this, you're looking at them wanting people to Conquest. Yeah, he's unfortunately on my main account. He's not anywhere, but yeah, Conquest shop. 600 for 5. She's still priced at a premium. Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, we'll get to really take a look at Conquest. The Conquest Pass Plus, um, there is a lot of value there, but I don't think it's $29.99 value. I think it's more like $19.99 value. Like if they knock $10 off the price, I would tell everybody get it every single time. Because it will help you get to the characters faster. It does get you the bonus proving grounds. It gets you all sorts of stuff. But at $30, it's one of those things where it's like it's just a little too much to call it a good value, but it's also the benefits it has are undeniable. Yes, and every month. Um, my typical thing with Conquest is because, like it or not, Conquest characters turn out to usually be very consequential to the game, and we know Ezra's the current Conquest character, and we know he's probably going to be pretty consequential to anybody going for GL Ahsoka, and even if you're not going for her, he's going to have a pretty solid benefit to Jedi teams, and whatever else they end up doing with the Spectre tag. Like he's got some decent plug and play utilities. He's probably going to end up being a very, very consequential character. Yeah, $30 is a lot. It's not. Like I said, if it was 20, I would be screaming from the rooftops that you need to buy it every time, but it's not. It's 30, and 30 is pretty steep. You do get some cool stuff. Like some people will tell you, and I'm kind of one foot in, one foot out of this camp, that just the ability to swap your data disks without having a cost involved is worth it. Some people will tell you that, and there's a point to which I agree. You do get extra ohms. You do get some free global feat completions because they typically will give you the, be it the consumable or the data disk needed for a couple of the global feats that normally you would have to do another global feat to unlock. Yeah, no, and that's it exactly, Grex. That's the other part is if you can't get through the whole thing, you also have to take that into account because if you can get through the whole thing, then you're getting the full $30 value that they're advertising it to be. Then definitely, but if you're only getting halfway through it, then that $30 value gets smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller to almost non-existent. But yeah, if you can't get through the whole thing, there's very little point in buying it. If you can get to gold crate consistently, I can maybe make a case. But again, I've always thought the $29.99 price tag was too high. I think it's too steep. Oh, welcome back, Red. Welcome back. We've got the hell is this? Polly Pocket looking kitty cat bunny rabbit. Littlest pet shop. That's the ad currently playing, at least on my phone that I use as a second monitor. Littlest pet shop. Adorable. Oh my god. So cute. Sorry, that is my Valley Girl voice. If you guys know what that is. If not, just think the movie Clueless from back in the 90s and you'll have it dialed in. Or what's her name? If you ever watch Bob's Burgers, the cartoon, I don't know if you get that anywhere outside of the U.S., but it's on our TV a lot. We all enjoy it. My son loves it. There's a character named Jocelyn. She's Tammy's best friend. She's definitely got the Valley Girl vibe going on in the way she talks. Whatever, you like that sort of shit. That's a Valley Girl. Referring to some valley in Los Angeles. I'm never quite sure which one. There's a lot of them. But anyways. Waiting for Graxy to give us this hilarious take that his someone is an alliance. You do well. So okay, if you look at the Naboo raid, which can we look at it without going into it? If you look at the details, okay, faction bonus separatists. This is the thing that kind of fuels the whole thing. Darth Sidious's leader ability is active at max rank and also applies to separatist allies when he's not in the leader slot. Blah blah blah. You get all these bonuses. So, I think you want Maul's. I think you want Maul's Zeta, but you don't. You don't need Sidious's. Newts are bonuses, but he's not a hero unit, so you would just be getting the normal benefit from having his Zetas. But yeah, you want to make sure that Sidious's leadership is maxed out because those bonuses being shared are a pretty big deal. Newt Gunray. Here he is. So I'm pretty sure his leader. This is the problem. I wish I could switch accounts faster on this thing, but I can reference on my iPad. I mean, honestly, like I do the thing with Newt, but I have everything unlocked for Newt, but honest to God, my Newt is typically dead by the third or fourth wave, anyways. So he's not very consequential to the trio, anyways. And I've heard you can sub in Stap for him, you can sub in B2, and it doesn't make that much of a difference. So definitely get the Maul one for sure. For sure, get the Maul one, and then you should be fine. Yeah, and then yeah, just make sure you have Maul in the lead, and then make sure you've got Sidious's. I'm pretty sure his lead is just an Omega. Just have that Omega so you get that benefit passed around to everybody else. But yeah, you'll be good. Because yeah, the cheese kind of relies on Maul stealthing everybody, and then that being dispelled, and then when that gets dispelled, everybody gets advantage, and then you can start doing big hits and start clearing out waves. You get it max anyway from the raid. Does the raid automatically? I never looked at it like that. See, I've had my Sidious maxed for such a long time that I never looked at the other side of the equation on it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I've never considered the actual details, because for me it's, oh yeah, it's active at max rank regardless. Yep, there you go. Yeah, just put Maul in the lead. Yeah, just put Maul in the lead. Lots of benefits, and you'll do good. I haven't gotten a max like I do when I do it on my main account. I do it at the Relic 7 level, and I get like 1.4 out of 1.8, which I'm not unhappy with. You know, I'm good with it. I'm good with it. Danny Muller has subscribed on YouTube. Thank you so much, my friend. Appreciate it, and welcome to the channel. Um, yeah, I mean, I've looked at this a handful of times, but yeah, just I never paid any attention to this. It's active at max rank, and I'm like, well, mine's at max rank, blah blah blah. Like, I never put the two and two together, you know. And we've all seen CG has, you know, tweaked shit for raids before. Like, if you remember the Endor raid, if you have Leia Organa, she used to have her ultimate unlocked whether you had it unlocked or not, and then they took that away and then they added it back in. Oh yeah, you know, 42 viewers. 42 viewers. Yeah, I keep forgetting. There's days when I turn on the multi-stream chat, and then there's days that I don't. Multi-stream lets me see. Multi-stream lets me see everything. Um, yeah, I remember what you're talking. But that is that is an asinine statement. That is an asinine statement. If you can do hard mode, you can red crate. You can dodge a wrench. You can dodge a ball. That's that kind of absurdity right there. Um, because okay, so the barrier to doing hard is 4 million GP, right? Like, that's what keeps you in and out of doing hard mode. You need to have completed one run on normal and have 4 million GP, right? Okay, so 4 million GP, but the feats require journey guide characters or galactic legends. What 4 million account is going to have every journey guide character and every galactic legend and every other conquest character and Riva from like what 4 million? If the feats are super fucking friendly and easy, then yes, 100%. You can get red crate on hard mode, whatever. But if the feats require characters that are hard to obtain or new or whatever, and they've been trending that way. If you have a new character, or if they're whatever previous conquest character is probably going to be at least one feat, if not more, in the next conquest. Marquise, same thing. What 4 million person has all that? None of them. And let's not forget stamina. The worst thing. They already limit you on attempts by energy and crystals and refreshes and blah, blah, blah. In theory, you could refresh all the live long day until you cap it and whatever. It's going to cost you a lot of crystals, but that's neither here nor there. The stamina issue is such horseshit. Yeah, and then of course, and then they do things like I wish I could go in here and see this whenever I wanted. Like you can go in and look at a raid details without the raid being active. They should let you go in and look at the details here when it's not active. But you look at when they swap out data disks. A lot of people, their success depends on their data disks, and they got rid of the fucking thermal detonators. They get rid of zealous ambitions. They get rid of a lot of things that people are used to and have been building their runs around for the last couple of conquests, and then they just toss them out the window. Usually it's when a character like Ezra comes along that they want it to be a little bit harder for you to get because he's going to be such a consequential character. It's typically stuff like that. When that happens is when they start pulling the good data disks. No, I'll get you started on it, buddy. I'll get you started on it. I just wish they'd leave the data disks alone. Clearly, if something needs to be balanced, balance it. That's fine. But there's just so many. It's just another in the factor of the random bullshit that can happen in this game. You have no control over what data disks are going to drop. It's only happened a handful of times that I've gone through a node and gotten to a data disk node, and it has been the same data disk in all three spots at the same rarity. So, you're looking at 3 gray datacrons that all have the same shitty effect. Well, which one do I fucking choose, Yeah, and I don't think they've ever done protection to prevent the same data disk from showing up on the same node. So, it's fully possible for it to repeat. Yeah, they've never changed that. But yeah, I've seen the same data disk on a node, in the worst possible version of it too, 3 times. Where it's just like, oh, well, you get to pick. Here's your choice of data disks. Enjoy. And it's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Choice of data disks. Yeah, I guess technically I'm getting to choose, but I'm choosing the same data disk. It's crap. It's one of those. It's, again, a quality of life thing that are not at the top of CG's list of concerns. And I understand there's only so much that they can do. I get that. I try to not be critical of CG for one big reason, and the big reason is I couldn't do what they do. I can't do what they do. So for me to sit back and be super critical and be like, hey, you do this better, I can't fucking do it. So I'm not gonna tell them. But I am gonna be like, this is what I think they should change. But I can't do that. If I could build a game like this, I would have built it a long fucking time ago. And I wouldn't be sitting here because I'd be a billionaire. I'd probably be homeless, but you know what I'm saying? Yeah, there's quality of life improvements are the slowest changes that come to this game. But by God, if you can't buy anything from the shop, they will shut this shit down and fix it today. It'll be fixed right now, son. But if a GL event is bugged or a Journey Guide event is bugged, depending on the time of the day, if they've all gone home, they're not coming back in to fix it. One laptop, yeah. It's a 7-year-old Alienware that they got used from Best Buy. Has Geek Squad protection, though, so it's got that going for it. No, I said used Alienware. 7-year-old used Alienware. Which is probably roughly the equivalent to a cheaper, newer Lenovo. I don't know. I haven't bought a laptop in a long time. Oh. haven't. Well, no, that's not even true. I did buy a laptop when I was thinking about starting streaming. I have a Microsoft Surface. That was my laptop, but it started getting up there in age, so I went out and bought a medium tier laptop to try to do all this streaming stuff on it. Realized very quickly I needed a dual monitor setup, so we got rid of that and got this. There we go. Oh my God! Look at the time. Look at the time. It's getting close to the boy child coming home. Yeah, I got to remember to turn the multi-stream chat on. I'm very, very bad about that. But yeah, that lets me see Twitch. It lets me see Twitter. It lets me see X. It lets me see the whole 9 yards. I'm very bad about turning it on because it seems like most of my interaction does come from Twitch. But yeah, the little boy is going to be coming home here in a few minutes. Which also means I'm going to have to mute the mic for a minute because the dog is going to go ham. All right. Sorry. I tell my brother when I'm going to be streaming on a daily basis, and he always seems to wait to text me a mountain of important stuff right when I'm on stream. And I every fucking day, I'm like, bro, I'm streaming. I will answer your bullshit later. But like, if you watch the stream, there's also that. If you watch the fucking stream, you would know I'm streaming. And then you could type me your bullshit into the chat. I love my brother. He's a good dude. He's a good dude, but he lives in a weed legal place and takes advantage of it, if you know what I'm saying. And God bless him. It helps him a lot. He has a lot of like anxiety and stuff like that, and the weed really kind of keeps him kind of level. So, all for him doing that. If it helps, it does. And the fact of the matter is, I'm not really much in the way of a recreational guy. Never have been, but we do gummies and stuff like that here at the house. And like if I'm really hurting or if I can't sleep, helps me out tremendously. You cannot, you don't have to agree with it, but I'm here to tell you cannot deny the benefits of it. The benefits of it are vast and they are real. Just like anything else, used responsibly, of course. But anyways, Conquest. What the fuck, CG? Make it better. Yeah, as long as it's not an addiction. Like, as I know some people who can't function at all without it, and by that I just mean they're so accustomed to being in that fugue state of being stoned that facing anything without having that feeling is not good. But that's the difference. My use is medicinal. If I can't sleep, I eat a gummy, and it's not even like it's a Delta 9 THC gummy. It's like it's in the United States. It's not federally illegal. Delta 9. It's protected by. There's some obscure farm act, and I think it's illegal in Idaho, and that's it. But it's legal in 40 United States. We can get it shipped. Like the post office will send it to us. Who the hell am I? Oh. My wife just sent me a picture of her desk, which, I could take 20 seconds to walk over and look, but she built a little kitty bed for our senior kitty next to her workstation in her office. But yeah, no, the benefits, like if there are days when, for whatever reason, I don't know that I'll ever know why or what causes it, but like where I had my lung surgery 10 years ago, there are days when My ribs will just be aching really, really bad, and like my side will just hurt and ache. And if it gets to me, I can usually deal with it. I have a pretty high pain tolerance. But if it gets to be too much, and I take just a quarter bite of a Delta 9 THC gummy, I'm fine in 20 minutes. Bad headaches, same thing. Nausea, same thing. Like if I can get ahead of it, and get that stuff in me, it can really settle down a lot of these issues. Uh-oh. The dog's about ready to bark. Hang on. Muting the microphone here. As soon as my wife steps out the door, there she goes. He's going to the window and mute. He was on camera for a second. Now he's going back to the window to yell at my wife more. But we had him on camera for a second. That's Teddy the Golden Doodle. Also known as a giant pain in the ass. But we love him. He's a good dog. He's just a puppy. And they say two things about Golden Doodle puppies. They are ages from birth to 2, they're velociraptors. They're not dogs. And then after that, they settle down. And he's just about to turn 2 in November. We got him as a Christmas gift when he was just a couple weeks old for Sam, because dogs have been shown to really help kids with autism. And in a way, it has helped. And Sammy kind of feels responsibility for him, which is really cute. Like, Sammy will get his food and stuff like that and fill up his food bowl, his dry food bowl and things like that. It's fun. Oh, no, my wife went out to get the mail in advance of Sammy coming home, so we're going to have another bark session here in a couple of minutes when Sam actually does get here. But yeah, I wanted to get him to come up here and hang out and just chill on camera for a second, but he was so worried about his mom. But yeah, I would like to see them acknowledging quality of life issues and maybe making plans. The gear crunch, that used to be a couple years ago. The gear crunch was the biggest complaint people had, and they did take some steps to alleviate it, but you don't really hear people yelling about it as much anymore. It's not the big bad that it used to be. It's still a problem, chirotechs are a pain in the ass. They really are. Whenever I start getting around to scrapping stuff, I'm gonna have one really, really good scrapping session here on the new account, and then it's gonna be over and done with. I wish they never would have tweaked the values on this when they doubled the drops. It basically amounted to a net equal solution, but it is what it is. People forgot about that too. Or if you're new to the game, you just don't know. So they went through and on these nodes for stuff that you're scrapping, they doubled the drop rates or doubled the amounts you get from here. But then in the scavenger section, this used to be a 2, and they kicked it down to a 1. So you're getting double, but it still is taking the same amount to get. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly, Joe. Exactly. It's a Stockholm syndrome thing. We're so used to being prisoners that it's our normal now. It's just what it is. It's just what it is. But yeah, it was such a, like, people were like, "Oh, cool, they're making it better." And then we got to the rest of the post. And then, oh yeah, in scavenger we're cutting the value in half, and it's just like, so you did nothing. Well, optically you did something because, oh, we're getting more, but then you made the more equal have less value. Just come on. Just come on, because this is now like these two things. Well, this is my biggest hang up on my main account. I tend to get decent amounts of this from like the Jawa scavenger nodes on my main account. This is the thing that's always holding me back. I'm always low on these. It is easier for gearing people, though. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. There is some slight balance to it. I just wish they never would have touched the values in here. This was already hard enough, and then to give us something that equaled a basically same status quo situation just wasn't ideal for me, and shouldn't be ideal for us. But one of these days maybe they'll get around to buffing up some other things. Yeah, I always have a ton of, or I will, when I'm not wailing on marquee characters and trying to get ready for a GL, I'll have a ton of that stuff. I'm the same way, but relics aren't as bad as they used to be. The new system that they have in place for like raid rewards and things like that, you can kind of pick and choose to buy what you need with your raid currencies, depending on how much you're getting, of course, and whatnot. It's getting a character to relics is not as daunting now as I remembered it being when I started playing. What I think they need to do, and this is just again another one of my opinions for quality of life, is they need to make this part of it. They need to make the getting to gear 12 easier. And then feel free to grind us as much as you want for the gear 13 levels. That's fine. But like getting to gear 12 should be well, this is my roster on my alt account. I will let me switch to my main account real quick. Is this okay? So if you're new, if you're just watching it, this account right here, I started when back in what was it, March? CG did a thing where they revamped what they called the new player experience. So basically they wanted to make it easier from you to go from level 0 to level 85. And I made this account kind of in line with me starting this channel to test that. And they did. It's very, very fast to go from level 0 to level 85, and they give you a bunch of characters. And then you've got like the Hyperdrive bundle would be in here. It's $50. It can give you a big jump as well. But it's very, very easy to go from 0 to 85 now. It's very, very easy. So that's why I have this account. Is like, okay, they said it's faster. Let's find out. Because I remember how long it took me on my main account, which we're hopping over to now. It took a very, very long time to get to level 85. Hi, Teddy. What's up, buddy? Now you're coming back to see me? Are you going to hop up and get on camera again? You big puppy? But yeah, I'll show you my main account roster, because my free-to-play account roster is, and I say free-to-play, I mean my alt account, my second account, whatever you want to call it, is nothing special. And yeah, 2 accounts is, we were talking about that earlier, 2 accounts is for me, it's with, I play Marvel Strike Force and I play Raid Shadow Legends. It's tough. It's a lot. Which is, I mean, honestly, kind of a reason I took a step back guild-wise in Marvel Strike Force, was just I needed to be a little more chill than it was being. Hi, Teddy. Come on. Hop up. Okay. Or don't. Just sit on the floor where nobody can see you. Okay, but this is my main account right here. So all GLs unlocked. I'm currently in progress for GL Ahsoka here, probably this Thanksgiving or Christmas. I'm in progress for the Balin unlocked, but yeah, this is my main account. We'll go back to characters. There's a couple of things I don't have unlocked. Like every time I start working on Dr. Aphra, something new comes and I'm like, oh, that seems better. And I go for that instead. Oh, Seamal, thank you for the subscription. And Joe, thank you for the subscription. That's three pickups on YouTube today. That's pretty awesome. So this is my main account, 11.9. Yeah, because the new ones do need a lot more work and a lot more babysitting, you know. Especially if you're active in your fleet shard and you're trying to get the best payout possible. Same with Squad Arena. You have to sit on them a little bit more. And then you're farming whatever your farming project is very, very involved. It's the thing when you finally hit the point where when you're getting into new characters, you're getting into new GLs, where it's like, okay, well, we've got some requirements coming for Ahsoka. Fantastic. Well, it's like when they released this, I had 2 of the 4 done before we even had this marquee released, and then this was a painful but albeit easy to do R9 because I mean I already had her at R8. Same for Kat. Same for Ezra. Like you'll have some of these requirements done before they're even released, and I suspect it'll be the same thing here. I'll have a few things done. Hopefully it'll be like 3 of the things done, and then I'm just waiting on the marquees for GL Tano. But how much have I spent roughly total? I don't know. It's quite a bit. It's been more since I started the channel. Because when they announced GL Ahsoka, I'm like, well, hey, if I'm streaming, I'm getting some ad revenue and stuff like that, and some follows and subscribes and things like that, making a little money. And I'm doing I do promos and things like that make me a little money. So I'm spending the money now to get marquees day one that I normally that's a brand new thing for me that also came along with having the channel. Oh, kids home, gotta mute. Okay, I think he's done. It's the same thing. Oh. There we go. Every day. Every fucking day. It's the same thing. Kid comes home at the same time, leaves at the same time. I've been playing for 5 years, give or take. And I bought the Hyperdrive bundle, and then most of my spending along the way has mostly been if I need crystals, I buy crystals, which is kind of translates over into the marquees. It's all about crystals. If you have enough crystals, you can get the marquee, but that comes with now with me with this channel and everything. I'm spending more often on crystals than I used to be, but I'm also trying to save crystals that just from natural income from GAC and from Fleetering. I'm trying to sit on those as opposed to doing stuff like buying character shards or or something along those lines. I'm not doing that. The channel is not a hobby. It's if you go to the channel information, you kind of see the story and the reason why I'm doing this. I have my son Samuel. He's 8 years old. He's got very severe autism. And my wife has a fantastic job. She works from home, but Sam needs a level of care that is insanely expensive if we were to hire it out to somebody for me to continue having a full-time job. So I started this channel to yes, you made me a couple of pennies. Ads don't pay a whole lot. They don't pay a whole lot. It's subs on Twitch and doing promos and things like that is where I make a decent amount of money. But basically I'm doing this. One big reason is telling Sammy's story. I get him on camera from time to time. Just being a resource for the game in general, but two, I'm trying to just make a little bit of money, not a ton of money. I'm not trying to be, Mr. Beast or whoever these massive, YouTube and Twitch people are. If I make $200 a month from streaming, it's fantastic. That's perfect. If I make, but what I make is what I make. I'm not trying to become a millionaire. I'm not selling merch. I'm not doing any of that. So as a stay-at-home dad, yeah, this is just basically a way for me to try to make a little income and, again, bring awareness to autism, talk about my son, just to help out with some bills. That's it. Not trying to get rich, not trying to get famous, just trying to bring awareness to everything, trying to be a resource for people in any way possible. We have had streams where it has been this game, the Star Wars, has been the background and just sitting in the background as we've talked to people about life and problems and things of that nature. Or as I've told Sammy's story, a lot of people, if you have an autistic child, there are ways where that becomes Yeah, make just a tiny little bit of money just to help out with some bills or buy groceries or whatever. That's it. But there's a lot of people out there who go through what my family goes through with their children, where you have a baby and everything's great, and then you get to about a year and a half and two, and all of a sudden this monster that you knew was out there but can't see coming and can't do anything to stop rears its head and takes your neurotypical child and makes them neuroatypical, which is the classification between basically if a child has autism and doesn't. If they're neurotypical, they don't have autism, or if they do, it's not severe. And then neuroatypical is the category Sam falls into, where it's, no speech. He's developmentally slower in other areas. He's a damn good kid. He's super smart, super cute, super funny, super energetic. Loves going to school. Very typical child in a lot of ways. Loves Disney, loves Marvel, lots of stuff that if you put him in a lineup with other kids, you wouldn't know. But then he's got a lot of issues. He's got a lot of things that he needs us for, and there's days that are bad. He's sitting at the dining table with his snack and his tablets, which is his habit routine. Routine with an autistic child is a huge thing, and when you break routine, they can have problems. But his routine is he comes home, he uses the bathroom, he gets a snack, he gets a tablet, he gets to chill. He actually from time to time will grab he likes looking at the character models. He'll grab my iPad from time to time and open up the game, and he loves looking at Jabba the Hutt. And you'll just see him for just spinning Jabba and looking at him from every possible angle and listening to the ho, 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 ho laugh and all that stuff. What do we got going on here? Didn't want to put his shoes on. He got a neutral face for afternoon behavior because he didn't want to put his shoes on. But yeah, he loves video games. There are games he plays. Mostly on Switch, like he'll play like Lego The Incredibles and stuff like that. Yeah, I mean, it's a job that doesn't pay me. I heard there's ways that as a stay-at-home dad, you can get on a program from the government. But here's the thing. Every bit of government assistance we've tried to get has been denied because my wife makes too much money. You have to be... If you want help from the United States government in a lot of areas, you need to be dirt poor and not even trying. If you're a responsible person who is doing the best they can and just needs a little extra help, well, guess what? You're on your own. It's unfortunate that it's that way, but that's the way it is. And so there are resources we could potentially try to maybe get him. And have tried to get him that have been like, no, you make all this money. But it's like, the income is a small slice of the picture. When my wife used to be a funeral director, and she lost her job. And then for a couple of weeks, we were just on my income. And we applied for like, oh God, let's see if we can get this kind of help and this kind of help. I had a checking account. This was literally the letter we got in the mail. We applied for some assistance, and because I had a savings account, sorry, not a checking account, but a savings account. Because I had a savings account with some money in it, they couldn't help. If I had a savings account, or if I had no savings account at all, if I was the type of person that, okay, you deposit my check into the bank, I pay my bills, and then I pulled every single penny out from the ATM and kept it in cash in my house, and I could be sitting on $20,000 in cash, I could get I am more likely to get assistance that way than if I had a checking account with a savings account with a $250 balance. They want you to they want you to show that you have no other possible resource before they'll help you. And there are people who don't try. Don't do anything. They don't try to better their job situation. They don't try to better anything, who get more help than people who are doing their best and are doing okay, but just need that little bit of extra help. It's very frustrating. So, I could certainly be at a job almost full time right now if we were willing to try to find somebody who could provide Sammy in-home care. But here's the rub. Here's the other part. That side of it is so expensive and not covered by insurance in any way, shape, or form that we would be paying out of pocket for that, which would negate or end up costing me more money in the long run than me just staying home with them myself. Yeah, and it is what it is. So, I mean, even now he's in school. I could go and get a part time job, but here's the problem we've found with that. Yeah, I mean UK definitely. I mean we've got a very large and growing population here in the US. So I mean I don't pretend to agree with it or pretend to think that everything's okay or try to make excuses. But yeah, it's one of those situations where it needs to be better. It needs to be better. It's very frustrating, but we're also kind of like with quality of life issues here in Galaxy Heroes. We're kind of used to it by now. We're used to that. If we need to get something done, it's on us and only on us, and we're not depending. But yeah, we could hire somebody to give Sammy the in-home care that he needs, but it would probably wipe out or end up costing us money in the long run compared to me staying at home. Like, it's cheaper for me to not earn money than it would be to hire him a full-time healthcare worker. Because you know what a full-time healthcare worker here in the house would cost? Quite a bit. So, and again, I could probably get a part-time job, but then we have this problem where it's like, if he's sick, I need to stay home with him. So that means I could potentially be calling off from whatever job I get on a regular basis. If it's a scheduled day off from school, I need to stay home with him. If it's winter break, I need to stay home with him. If there's any reason he can't go to school, I can't go to that job. And guess how many employers, when they hear that, are like, "Oh, we'll hire you. Of course we'll hire you." Guess what? Not many. Yeah, it's a very stacked deck, and it's a very rigged system. And right now, the thing that makes the most sense is for me to handle whatever care needs he needs. When my wife, now she works here at the house too, but before she was the director of a long-term care facility, a nursing home. And because she was the director, if there was a problem with staffing and they had nobody who was willing to go in and cover it, she would have to go in and cover it. There were nights where she would come home from her job at 5 p.m. or whatever. We would sit down, we would make dinner, we'd get everything ready, we'd set the table, we'd sit down at the dinner table. Her phone would ring and she would have to get up and go into work. And so, okay, so say I'm working full time and she's the one sitting at home with them while I'm at work, and she has to drop everything and go to work. She doesn't have a choice. Her nursing license is on the line. She had to go. If they needed her, if they needed her to be there, she had to be there. So it's one of those situations, and with inflation running rampant and everything getting more expensive. By the way, Pennsylvania, the state that I live in, is the state most affected by climbing grocery prices for whatever reason. This is the one. Um, with everything getting more expensive, I wanted to try to help. And my wife had been telling me I should stream for years. She's like, "You should do it. You should just do it for fun and whatever. I think you would enjoy it. I think you'd be good at it." And I'm like, I fought it and fought it and fought it. And finally I'm like, you know what? I'm playing these games anyways. I love talking to people. Yeah, luckily the mobility is not one of our issues with Sam. He's a very mobile kid. Too mobile, in fact. If you want to watch him climbing on our furniture and seeing how high he can get before he jumps to our hardwood floors. Ishimu, thank you for the sub, my friend. I appreciate you a lot. It means a lot to me. Helps me out a ton. What was I saying? But yeah, it's just we can't find a way for me to have a job because so say somebody does, I tell them all this stuff with, hey, if he's sick, I need to stay home. If it's a scheduled day off from school, I need to stay home. If it's this and that, I need to stay home. What do we do during summer? Because here in the United States, I know this is apparently not common in Europe or other places, but he gets summers off because we're at our heart and our core of the United States, we're still an agrarian society. We're an agricultural based country for the most part. Yeah, we have a lot of tech, we have a lot of everything else, but almost everything else in this country revolves around, hey, during the summer when it's harvest time, people need their kids at home to help with the harvest. It's just the way it is. What do I do during the summer when he's home full time? Are they gonna lay me? Is my job gonna be like, all right, take the summer off, get unemployment or whatever, and then you'll come back when he goes back to school? And you're gonna have to find a very special employer who will hire you under those circumstances. It's just it's tough, and we live in a very, very, very small town, so there's not a lot of job opportunities to begin with. Oh, hello again, Ishamu. It's good to see you, bud. It's good to be you. Good to have you here, my friend. It really is. It's good to have you here. Yeah. So the summer holiday, the summer vacation, summer break, it varies depending on what part of the country you're in when it starts. But like here in Pennsylvania, it starts at like the end of May and then goes to the beginning of August. So June and July. So it's more like 9 to 10 weeks. 9, 10 weeks or something like that. Like back home where I grew up when I was a kid, summer vacation didn't start until like the second week of June, and then you went back to school end of August. Because I remember we'd go to school, we'd go to school, and then like the Labor Day holiday, which is like the first Monday in September or something like that, would happen, and then we'd get a 3-day on. Oh, would I really want a job? Yeah. Yeah, man. I love work. I love working. I had an amazing job before I had to be home with the kid. I was working in biotech in a bio lab, and I did antibody work, which I mean, when COVID was going on, I was very, very busy, but I mean, was working on COVID. Along with my other department was, my ideal job, like honest to God, if one of the sayings I've always kind of bought into is if you can make your hobbies your job, you're a very happy guy. I do love video games. I don't think I could ever be the kind of person who like, if someone wanted to pay me money to review video games, I don't know how happy I would be, because I hate looking at something that somebody's worked very hard on and with a critical eye, where nitpicking, where you're tearing apart every little flaw. If I could wave a wand and have any job I'd want, I would like to go back home where I'm from and work for the hockey team that's there. I would like a job with the hockey team. But yeah, I love work. I love work a lot. It's I don't define myself by what I do. A lot of people define their lives by, this is my job, this is my position, this is my salary, this is who I am. But I do enjoy a job. I do enjoy finding something that I'm good at. Is a very rewarding feeling. And I was no education in biotech or the biology field, but for whatever reason it clicked with me and I really enjoyed it. Maybe it helped that I got to play with a lot of fancy equipment, like centrifuges that are spinning at like 3,600 revolutions a minute. It was very, very awesome. Learning how to load and balance and extract serum from blood samples and things of that nature. Is there any Galaxy Hero streamer that makes tens of thousands of pounds a year? Like Arnold, does he even make tens of thousands a year on streaming Galaxy Heroes? I mean, I have no clue. But honest to God, if I was making $500 American a month, if I was making $500 American a month, like that would be like the top end of what I'd be willing to accept, to be honest with you. Like if I set up a thing where people could donate money to me, and this is actually kind of one of the things that I have in my channel description, that is if the channel grows and the channel gets big enough and I am getting consistent income, there's a certain level of income when it hits that. Anything that exceeds that number, I want to donate to charity. I'm not doing this to get rich. I'm not doing this to get rich. If someone was paying me tens of thousands of dollars, Arnold and Nooch do. If someone was paying me tens of thousands of dollars to doing this, I would be donating tens of thousands of dollars to charities on a monthly basis. And that's the God's honest truth. I'm not here to get rich. I'm not trying to get rich. I'm trying to earn a little bit of money to make buying gas and groceries easier. To paying our electric bill, make that a little easier, make it non-existent. It's literally it. And maybe there's something to be said that I could be holding myself back by not setting loftier goals, that I want to be the next Arnold, that I want to be the next thing, but I just don't. I just don't. That's not my priority. My goal is to hopefully make a little money to help out with household bills and expenses, and anything beyond that is gravy, and anything that starts to be too much, I want to donate to charity. And I want to do a thing where I put up a poll in the channels and people can help me pick the charity. I could give to the same charity every month, but getting other people involved and finding other worthy causes to give a little money to is a fantastic thing. Yeah, but I think Scribe still, well, I know Arnold probably still works a mostly full-time job. I think Scribe does too. And like Bit Dynasty and like those guys, a lot of them also have Patreons going, so they're not only getting money from ad revenue and subscriptions, they're getting money from Patreons and stuff like that. So I mean, they're all also way younger than I am, except for Bit Dynasty might be my age. He might be my age. It's hard to tell. But yeah, I know Arnold is significantly younger than me. Yeah, Arnold is a lawyer. He is a lawyer. I don't know what kind of law he does, but he is a lawyer. I'm in my mid-40s. Oh, Rabid Beaver knows who I am, and I know who he is. They all know. Yeah, I think I've heard Scribe say that he had to, like, I was watching one of his streams and he was talking about he had just gotten home from work or whatever. He knows what the true names of every he knows a lot of Latin. So yeah, that's what I'm doing here. Is I just talking to people. Yeah, and I wouldn't even call this a job. It's just I know there's opportunity here to potentially make income, and it's something I can do here from the house. And you'll see it like on Arnold. If you ever see him do a Raid Shadow Legends thing, it's because he's doing a promotion through a company called Stream Elements, which I did one of those a month ago. I'm still waiting for them to pay me. Yeah. I heard him say that he had a proper job, or he had to either go to work or was getting home from work or something. I've heard him say that. But yeah, it's very, very hard to make substantial money here. Like if you were trying to make, like, I've never had anybody throw me money in a tip jar or anything like that, even though they make you set up a link for that. I have a link for that set up. Never once have I gotten like tips or have I gotten super chat. I'm not monetized on YouTube, so super chats are out of the question. Anyways, I just don't have enough subscribers, enough followers or anything like that. So, yeah, so this is something I could do to potentially make a little money. being here all the time and being with Sam, because like Sam he's 30 feet to my left right now. If something happens, I can walk away. Yeah, the startup, like the process to get monetized on YouTube is insane. Um, it does compound, but it takes time. It takes a long time. So I'm still more or less in the infancy of my channel, and all this other stuff. And if for whatever reason things got bad, and I would 100% run out and take a job. Like, I could probably, in theory, without much of an issue, work a night job. But my wife does not want me working a night job. She does not want me to not be here at night. Not that we live in a dangerous place or anything of that nature, but she wants me here at night. And the main reason for it is one of the fun things that can come along from Sammy's being autistic is every now and again, he'll wake up at 1 in the morning, 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning, and not go back to sleep. And when you need to be at work in the morning, sleep's important. So when I don't need to be at work in the morning, I can get up and sit with him until he either goes back to sleep or he leaves for school. And then I can take a nap. Yeah, so a couple years ago, I'm not going to say employed by, but I was connected to a stand-up comedian who had taken a younger stand-up comedian under his wing. And we were all chipping in at the behest of this older stand-up comedian to help this younger kid get monetized on YouTube. So it was like a lot of marathons and spreading the word and getting people to come in, because he had to hit so many viewers watched and so many hours and so many followers and all this other stuff before he could even get monetized. Oh yeah, no, she wants me here 100%. She could probably be just fine with me not being here, but she wants me here. She likes the situation the way it is. She likes knowing that no matter what, one or both of us is always available for Sam. Like if he were to get sick at school, so he's off to school, I'm off at a part-time job, she's home in her office doing her thing, and the phone rings, Sam's been hurt at school, I'd have to drop what I'm doing and go because she can't. Yeah, no, like, let's see. Where are my missing stars even? Oh, here we go. Here's a missing star. But yeah, I don't need to worry about it, so I don't. But I mean, I can also, here we go. We'll pull in that. I can also just do this. Die, you freaking Ewoks. We can also just do this. Yeah, it lets you sim it and gives you all the rewards, but yeah, it should just give you all the stars. It should just 3-star everything. You want to see Sith Eternal solo? I'm sure we'll find the next node that needs to be 3-starred, and we'll just. Oh, I mean, his abilities aren't going to blow you away. He's not an ability-fueled guy. He's a guy that you're trying to get to his ultimate and unleash his ultimate. Yeah, his abilities, like his basics and stuff like that, nothing special. I'm probably missing stars over here. Where are you? Where are you? There it is. There we go. Here we go. Here's 3 missing stars. Boom. I'm not going to borrow a hero. Oh, is it going to make me borrow a hero? Do you have to borrow a hero? Here we go. Okay, we have to. We'll borrow this guy. Wait, how is it a 2-star R13? but you're seeing this, right? I'm not the only one seeing this. It's a bot. Okay, Sith Eternal Emperor. Here you go, buddy. So here's the link. That's the fuel of his ultimate ability right there. That's his basic. That's his special, basic, special, basic. Well, I love how their bots put into the game don't have to follow the rules. Why can't I have a relic 2-star character? Huh? I just want to be able to G12 without needing 7 stars. Hi, Bucky. Bucky. Come on, buddy. You can come up. There we go. Okay. Okay. So we got another one of our famous guest stars. This is my cat, Bucky. Look at the camera, bud. Look at the camera. This is Bucky. This is my boy. Yeah, ads will be done in 30 seconds or so. Timing. I should have delayed them, but whatever. He is fluffy. He is a very fluffy boy. He's very fluffy and very cute. Buck came first. Buck is a nickname from way back in the day. I can't remember the name of the board game, but it was my brother was dating this obnoxious girl who wanted to have like a board game night. And it was one of these things like you pulled a card and you did like a role playing thing and people had to guess. And the ad's finished. All right, well we'll hop back in. And like we had to do this role playing thing, and like the nickname Buck came out of me doing one of them. And then when I started the channel, I didn't run with the Buck thing. I and I have zero issue telling people what my real name is, but a lot of people just prefer to kind of keep their character persona, their brand or whatever. I realized people had nothing to call me, so my brother suggested I use that, and it stuck. It's just a coincidence that I've got this fluff nugget, and we named him Bucky. Originally when we adopted this little guy from an event that we randomly stumbled into in Pittsburgh. His name was Boba Fett, but we had a pirate theme going with our cats. We have a one-eyed cat, and her name's Barbosa. Yeah, you never want to give personal. So yeah. So I needed a name, and I didn't think of that in advance. So we threw the Buck thing in there. So Bucky, he was Boba Fett. So we've got our one-eyed cat named Barbosa, and then we had another girl, little kitty that we found literally in a parking lot, who was sick from the moment we picked her up till the moment we had to put her to sleep when she was about 3 years old. But she was named Gertie after kind of a legendary river pirate from back where I'm from. That they don't even know if she was real, but they called her Gunpowder Gertie. So we called this kitten Gunpowder Gertie. And then Bucky, we changed to from Boba Fett to Bucky, which is short for Buccaneer. So this guy is a Buccaneer, and we call him Bucky. And then we went away from. Then we found, oddly enough, another little gray kitty wandered up to us in a parking lot, and we couldn't find the owner at any of the houses around the store we were at, so we took her home. We named her Sparrow after Captain Jack Sparrow. And then we adopted a little ginger guy from a rescue, and his name's Goose. So we went away from the pirate thing for him. But if you ever see Goose, he will not let me hold him up on camera. He'll kill me first. He'll kill me first, but He looks like a goose. Kidnapped, rescued. The girls in the parking lot of the store, and the girls who worked it's a Mennonite store, so it's like a lot of fresh produce, and like they have a deli, and the girls working in the kitchen of the deli were telling us that they had been feeding her like scraps, and she was just always hanging out by the kitchen. But we were just standing there. We were picking up 80 pounds of chicken breast because they used to sell it for $1 a pound a couple years ago, and then COVID and inflation and everything else, prices are up. They told us that they had been feeding her scraps from the kitchen, which we still see her to this day. She'll just randomly, she wants us to feed her from our dinner plates. She'll try to eat garbage. Like she just got nasty habits. Can I? I don't know. Let's see. Let's see if the GI still sticks around, but I think you can. Oh, Galactic Legend. Yeah, no, it's not letting me pick another one. But no, in general, you can't use more than one Galactic Legend. Well, so like this store has a couple of houses next to it, and they all have little kids. So when I went and knocked on the door, if I'm bringing a little child, their kitten back, their first reaction is going to be, "It's Cupcake," or whatever the fuck the cat's name is. We did not get that reaction from any of the owners. So, at that point, when you've checked with every house and the girls at the kitchen of the store are telling you that they've been feeding the kitten scraps, what would you rather be? Would you rather be the asshole that kidnaps somebody's pet, or would you rather be the asshole that drops a kitten into the middle of a parking lot and walks away? What kind of asshole do you want to be? Because if you want to be one asshole or the other, I'm gonna be the asshole that kidnapped somebody's kitten because we couldn't find a legitimate owner, and the kitchen staff said that they were eating scraps. So, and if somebody saw her. Oh yeah, no. If you want to try to claim that a pet that I found is yours, you better be showing me Facebook memories, motherfucker. No. Nah, show me Facebook memories. Show me the day you brought this kitten home from wherever you got this kitten, because that should be the first thing you do. You know what I'm saying? We get a pet, and the first thing we do, other than naming it and buying whatever supplies we need, is put it on Facebook. We got a new buddy. Yeah, people don't usually chip cats. People chip dogs. They don't typically chip cats in the United States. It can be done, but it's not very common. Typically, people will do it with dogs. But yeah, the chip will have all that information. But yeah, it's typically a cat is not going to be chipped. And then, simultaneously, even if Sparrow was chipped, what kind of a fucking dick lets a 4 to 6 week old kitten wander around in the parking lot of a busy store? Like, fuck you. I don't care if you paid $1,000 for this cat. You're a horrible, irresponsible pet owner. You don't get to keep the cat. Go fuck yourself. Call the cops. Call the cops. We'll report you for animal abuse while they're here interviewing us, you dicks. Anyways, I have opinions. I have strong opinions about things. But anyway, now we're only missing 1 star, and I'm exactly. So, So yeah, if you ever, you know, if you ever need to rehome a cat, I'm the person to talk to. Um, my wife will take all your cats sight unseen. Just FYI, she wants her dream would be to win the lottery so we can buy a massive house and hire a bunch of people so we can build a massive cat habitat and just have the people, like change out the litter boxes. Like that's her dream. Yeah, and I mean, we do go straight to the vet, but because we live in the literal middle of nowhere, it's weird. We live in the middle of nowhere that's within 10 minutes from four major freeways that'll take you to Washington, D.C. or New York City or other places within hours. Um, but it's simultaneously the middle of nowhere. Simultaneously. Um, like the vet isn't open on Saturdays and Sundays, and if you want them to be, you better be prepared to sign over your house or your liver or your kidney to pay them their weekend rates. Um, they're also the type of vet. They're great vets. They're wonderful. They do fantastic work, but they're also the kind of vets that it's like, if you try to pay with a debit card, they're like, well, here we have a 5% fee to add on to that because you're not paying cash. It's like, oh, I get it. You're that kind of operation. Oh, yeah. No, 100%. 100%. 100%. But yeah, it's one of those things. Like if it was within our if it was within our power to help every animal that didn't have a home have a home, like like that's what, if I had obscene wealth, that's what we would literally be doing with part of it, is like sheltering animals, whether it's foster or just giving them their a home to live in forever. That's literally what we would be doing if we had obscene wealth. Is we would have dozens, if not hundreds, of animals running around a place where they could, yeah, a cat sing. Well, cats, dogs, horses, pigs, whatever. I mean, pigs, I would just raise until we could butcher them. But yeah, cats, dogs, rabbits, not snakes. Fuck snakes. I hate snakes. Um, you would feel the same way about snakes if you had as many close encounters with Western diamondbacks like I did. I grew up in an area where there are tons of them. Tons of them. Yeah, yeah, anything fluffy. Well, okay, venomous snakes. Hold on, which bot? Did I miss a ban evading bot? Yeah, we've had a ton of bots this week. We were getting bots like crazy the last couple of streams. Sus. You sus motherfucker. You sus motherfuckers. I'm the only sus motherfucker allowed in my stream, all right? Okay. I've just decided my brother is insane because he thought of something funny and he made up an acronym, and I'm just like, all right, well, if you're gonna use that on your wife, just can you please make sure it's not until I'm standing physically in the room with you so I can watch you get hit. Yeah, usually the bots are cheap viewers at this link or whatever. So, you know, you can buy viewers, which, by the way, is one of the fastest ways to get your Twitch account banned, is to try to buy viewers. You know, because all buying viewers is going to get you is a bunch of bots who are going to watch your stream and help you make a little bit of ad revenue. That's the best case scenario, is that you do that, you buy a bunch of viewers and you go under the radar and you don't get caught, and you make a few more pennies a day from ad revenue. That's the best case scenario. The worst case scenario is you get kicked off of Twitch forever. So one of those things is just not worth doing. Organic growth is absolutely the best. And, you know, having a good supportive community like you guys is a big part of that. You know, I might not have the most subs and viewers in the world, but by God, I can tell you I have some of the best. So, you know, there's something to be said for quality over quantity. Exactly. You end up making less. What is my opinion on brain rot? Like the ability brain rot, or brain rot in general? Real life brain rot. Real life brain rot is real. And it's avoidable, and it's 100% caused by the person who's inflicted with it. You know, it's one of those things. Your brain is an incredible piece of biology, but it's also just like any other muscle in the human body. If you don't give it exercise, it's going to get weaker. So I think having hobbies like video games, which help you maybe detach from reality, relax, unwind, whatever, give you a challenge, a goal, fantastic. Yes, TikTok, absolutely. I think that stuff is fine in moderation, but you better be balancing it with something. If you're going to put crap into your system, you better be putting an equal amount of good into your system, so hopefully it balances out. That's my opinion on brain rot. I think it's real. I think it's self-inflicted, and I think it's preventable. Yeah, I don't use TikTok. I could be streaming to TikTok right now as we speak, but I kind of refuse to be a part of it. Because I have seen the zombified brain rot in children, where all they're doing is just swiping from one TikTok video to the next and then trying to do whatever stupid dance craze is on there, or, you know, whatever eating a Tide Pod that's been soaked in bleach challenge is happening, or... Oh, he fucking knows TikTok, bro. He knows it. We don't let him have it, but he knows it. He knows what it is. He's a kid. I don't know what it is, but maybe it's just something genetically now that's just God-given or whatever. But I swear to God, kids born in the last 10 years and up just genetically know what phones and tablets and YouTube and all that shit is, and they just gravitate to it. Ever since he was like 9 months old, he would grab our phones, and like the first time he opened YouTube and saw that he could just look at moving pictures and shit. He does understand it. I mean, honest to God, because of autism, ADHD is another one of those issues that he has, where he will either get into a loop of watching the same thing over and over and over again, or he'll just bounce from one thing to the other, to the other, and to the other. So 90% of him watching his tablet, he's watching, you know, like Coco Melon videos, or he's watching something Disney, or he's watching something Marvel, you know. Most of his stuff that he watches is not that. Not that brain rot stuff. It's content created for kids, you know. Like, if we ever hear anything sketchy, like I pay attention. If I hear something from a YouTube video that even remotely sounds like a cuss word, it's that tablet is removed. He's off that. We block whatever channel he was on. We move him on to the next video, whether he was enjoying it or not, which can cause problems, because if he was having a good time, Like, he doesn't like that we took that good time away from him, but it's like, bro, you just need to move on. Uh, yeah, Galaxy Heroes does a decent job with Star Wars addiction. Um, if only for the vast variety of characters. I wish there were more activities. I wish on a daily basis, I wish there was a little bit more to do. Just different ways. It doesn't have to be anything major, but just different ways to engage with the game. Um, Here's something I've been wondering, and mostly because right now we're kind of in the middle, like the new character rushes. We're going for Ahsoka and we're going for Balin, which are obviously characters from the Ahsoka show. Do you think this game ever touches characters from the Acolyte? As divisive as that show turned out to be and is not well received, do you think we ever get the Acolyte? Well, my parents never had to keep me off of YouTube either, but that's because it hadn't been invented yet. Yeah. The list of things that I could tell you my parents didn't have to keep me from because it hadn't been invented yet would probably blow your mind. Like my brother, he's got a daughter that's 16 years old, which blows my mind because I still remember the day she was born. She's tiny, that big. But rightly so, as a 16-year-old, she gives her father a proper amount of shit. I always stick up for my brother to his eldest child, to his daughter, um, by telling her that her dad is the coolest guy I know. And then she looks at me like I'm insane, which I am, but for different reasons. And she goes, "Why? Why do you think he's the coolest guy you ever know?" It's like, your dad was the first person I ever knew that had a camera phone. You ever want to watch a Gen Z or whatever? You ever want to watch their brains melt? Describe to them the world before the camera phone and how you knew somebody who had the first one. Like, they just don't understand. They can't relate to that. They can't relate to that. They have no frame of reference for a world without that, like people from my generation do. I remember the world pre-internet, and I remember the internet being invented. My first search engine, I was in middle school. I don't know what they call that in the UK, but middle school is, after grade 5 in the US, you typically, or 6. Sometimes middle school is only grade 7 and 8, but sometimes it's 6, 7, and 8. Mine was 6, 7, and 8. We had access to the internet there. Through the school library, you had to talk to the librarian, and they would hook you up to it if you wanted to research something, and then you could print it off for like a paper or whatever. The internet service they were using, the first one I ever used, was called Prodigy. And it took a good 5 minutes for you to dial in and do anything with it. But Prodigy, yeah. I don't know. I think AOL ended up buying them out sometime later. But yeah, I watched the internet become a thing. I watched South Park become a thing. Like when South Park first came out, oh my God, you would not have, if you weren't alive and cognizant then of what was going on. When South Park was released, oh my God, you would have thought hell on earth was unleashed. The sound of it, dun, 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 grrr, yeah. Favs and Filoni. Filoni did Ahsoka. They're involved. Like, Filoni's involved in pretty much everything as a producer. Family Guy's fantastic. I'm not going to compare the two. They're kind of the same sport, but they play by different rules. But yeah, Favs is pretty much 100% responsible for The Mandalorian. Filoni has his fingers in almost everything because he's like He's got a fancy title and position. I mean, the real problem is Kathy Kennedy. I hate to be that guy. But Kathy Kennedy is the ultimate person at Lucasfilm that is going to thumbs up, thumbs down, whatever, anything. So there's been a lot of thumbs upping from her that has not been going great. Oh, Ahsoka's great. And see, canceling used to mean something, like the Acolyte got canceled in the original meaning of the word. I mean, if Baylan Skoll hadn't been so fucking awesome, I probably wouldn't have liked Ahsoka as much as I did. I mean, she did a good job with what she had, but I wasn't not a giant fan of who they chose to play Sabine. I liked the guy they got to play Ezra. It's fantastic. No, people don't know what joke means. It's one of these issues where it started back. Oh God, when did it start? I was young when the first whispers of political correctness started being uttered in pop culture. I was 10 maybe. There was a TV show starring Candice Bergen called Murphy Brown, where they were having some sort of roundtable discussion, and like people started insulting each other with stereotypes, and like they made a big joke of people getting offended by every single joke and stereotype and things like that. I think what people have stopped remembering is that words are just words until you measure them with intent, and words need to be measured with intent. Now, a stand-up comedian can go on stage today and say a joke and get canceled if it offends enough of the right group of people. But what is that stand-up person, is that comic saying the joke to offend you, or are they just saying a joke and hoping that their cover, their identity as a stand-up comedian lets you be like, okay, he doesn't mean it, he's not trying to hurt my feelings, he's trying to make a joke. Like, feelings became more important than facts. Emotions became more important than facts. It's like not everything is, whether you agree with it or not, just because you don't agree with something is not a license to try to destroy it. I mean, there needs to be, like, everybody just needs to fucking relax. I mean, that's just kind of where I'm at. Yeah. Well, if you did say that and you meant it, I would join Bones in hunting you down. It's the fact of the matter is I don't know why it shifted that way, but it became profitable. It became profitable to be a victim. It became profitable to be a victim. You could gain money and social credit by being a very highly publicized victim. And victimhood is becoming an industry. It wasn't that long ago when, I would have looked at things and been like, hey, we're actually heading in a really good direction. And then it did not take long for that direction to just get knocked off the rail, whether it was knocked off that rail intentionally or unintentionally or just as a consequence of everything else. I don't know. I cannot and will not say that the world that we currently exist in is even close to the world I recognize as a child, and that's in some ways good and in some ways bad. I don't like how the world seems to be dividing into teams. Tribalism is at an all-time high. Here I am getting political and espousing things. but it's tribalism. I belong with this group. I belong with that group. Oh, I'm a group that I like the Acolyte and I hate Ahsoka, or I love Ahsoka and I hate the Acolyte. It's finding your team, your tribe, and coexisting with that. And in ways, that's fine. You should find your people, but you should not then take your people to try to destroy the other people just because those people don't agree. You know what I'm saying? Like, right. Or, they don't understand the context of the quote, whether in part or full, regardless. Yeah, back then we used to call that friendship, Red. I used to tell people, if I don't make fun of you, it's because I hate you. Like, that's what I used to tell people in my social circles in real life growing up. Like, if I'm giving you crap, it's because I care. If I ignore you, it's because I don't like you. They were they had talked about getting me onto the Huts hangout. I had a good time on Three Scoundrels, but I've seen how fired up they get on Huts. I don't know if they want me going on a tangent on that show or not, but if they ask me to do it, I'll 100% do it. It was a good time. Because I enjoy talking to people, whether it's, long form here in the camera. I'm staring at you and you're hopefully listening. Oh, there's ads. But I enjoy it. I do enjoy talking to people. People are amazing. People are amazing. They really are. They're my favorite thing. I know people and have known people who at 1 minute they will be climbing a mountain, and then when they get back from I know a lot of mountain climbers back home in Western Washington. There's a lot of people that go and climb, but then simultaneously they're able to play the piano at an exceptionally high level, or sing or write poetry. Like, the fact that there's people who can be so multi-talented and smart and knowledgeable in so many areas is just so inspiring to me. But then there's people you wish that would just shut up. It's amazing that people can be that varied and have, just a little bit different of an experience, gives them a completely different worldview that maybe you've never thought of before. And I enjoy hearing people's stories. I enjoy when people make me laugh, and maybe I get to make them laugh. I love all of that. People are fantastic. And I hate seeing the weaponization of people, and I hate people turning themselves into weapons. You see it on Reddit, you see it on X, Twitter X, whatever you want to fucking call it. People weaponize themselves against other people because that person wants to vote for this person, and that person wants you to vote for that person. So therefore, you're now mortal enemies. It never used to be like that. Yeah, exactly. That's People get offended on other people's behalf. Like, I don't agree with that. That hurts a Native American. Are you a Native American? Well, no. Well, how do you know? Because I just do. And it's like, did they tell you? But then, of course, you can't look at any of that shit that's written on Twitter and assume that it's 100% correct, because some of it might be opinion, some of it might be parody, some of it might be this, some of this might be that. I don't. But like there's a post I've been seeing that the family of the gentleman who was the basis for the old Washington Redskins logo wants that logo back because they weren't bothered by it, and that was their ancestor, and it was taken away without being consulted by them. A guy dressed as a Mexican and went around to town. Everyone was offended except the Mexicans who loved their costume. And I know, so it used to be a thing. Like, I grew up near a couple of colleges, frat parties, blah, blah, blah. And for Halloween, it used to be very, very common for people to, they would throw on a poncho and a sombrero, and that would be their costume. And we're talking about white dudes. But then enough Latino people would say, hey, that's my culture. You're making fun of it. My culture is not a costume. My culture doesn't belong to you to be worn as a costume. Oh, no. I do GAC in the mornings. Mostly, I'm still here because we've got a decent amount of people watching the stream. It was in the 40s a little while ago, and it's been trickling down ever since. But we're having a good conversation, and I don't need to go. Sam's hanging out in my wife's office watching his movies, so I don't need to go. So we're just hanging out and having a good chat. And like I said, this is one of those streams where it's become one of my favorite things. Where every now and again, the game's just the background image. I'm kind of mindlessly clicking through things, but the conversation in the chat is good, and people are asking questions and wanting opinions and offering their own. And what's my favorite Star Wars movie? My personal favorite is Return of the Jedi. And the big reason for that, and here comes the dinosaur jokes again, is this is the first movie I saw in the movie theaters. I saw Return of the Jedi originally in 1980 in the or 82 in the theaters. Empire was just starting its. I think I technically could have gone to see Empire in the theaters, but I don't think my parents wanted to take their little baby to the theater. But I have a lot of fond memories of Return of the Jedi because it was my first one, and we had it on VHS from when I was very young till DVDs became a thing, and then digital became a thing. But it's got many of my favorite Star Wars moments in it. So Return of the Jedi is my personal favorite. I don't genuinely hate any Star Wars property. Like, I can find any Star Wars project, video game, book, movie, comic, whatever, and find good stuff about it. Is that the one with Jabba? Well, it's one of the ones with Jabba. It's the first appearance of Jabba. It's the first time Jabba was on a movie screen. Yeah. But that's the one with they rescue Han and the Carbonite. The whole 9 yards. Yeah, I can find good about pretty much any Star Wars project. Some, unfortunately, the bad, in my opinion, it's just my opinion, it doesn't make it fact, outweighs the good. Sammy's having a good time in my wife's office. I hope he's not bothering her too much. She'll yell at me if he is. Many of the games do have better stories than the movies. Many of the games do. You're not wrong. You're not wrong at all. And there's been a lot of books, comics that were turned into legends. It's a legend now that were way better than any of the shows, movies that they put out. So I streamed Outlaws for a little while when it first was released. I got Ubisoft Plus, got access to it, the game, several days early. And I liked the character, Kay Vess. I liked all the characters that they introduced. I wasn't having fun. I just wasn't having fun. It was the stealth constantly kicking me back because, I got discovered, and they didn't give you a whole lot of ways to prevent yourself from being discovered. I just wasn't having fun, and I wasn't going to buy the game. So I did a month of Ubisoft Plus subscription, wasn't going to buy the game unless I fell in love with it, and didn't fall in love with it. It just wasn't having fun. It was one of those things. There were moments where I was just like, oh, I see what they're going for. This is fun. This is cool. And then there were moments where I was just like, can this just be over with, please? And then during my playthrough, I was on Tatooine, and I was at this part where I was trying to find the Sand People to help me find somebody for my crew for the heist. And the game kept crashing. And it crashed 3 times on stream before I was like, I'm taking this as a sign to be done for the day. And then it crashed every other time I tried to play it. And then my Ubisoft subscription ran out before they patched it. So it basically got to a point where it was unplayable for me. I probably could have gone to another planet and been just fine, but it's like, I'm at Tatooine. I want to keep doing the Tatooine stuff, but whatever, Well, yeah, surprise, surprise. People like cute things. You know, um, my wife, when we watched Mando for the first time and Baby Yoda, now Grogu, showed up, my wife was like, "It's a baby. I want one." Well, of course, you know. Well, and so I mean, not for nothing, and not connected to Star Wars at all, but they just delayed their newest Assassin's Creed game till February of next year. At a minimum, that'll be the earliest we see it. But yeah, Ubisoft is having some issues. They've been having some problems. But that can be said for a lot of things. I mean, look at this game that Sony put out and then killed a few days later. That Concord game, their hero shooter, like shortest lifespan for a live service game in the history. Like that game, they put it out on a Monday, and then by Saturday they'd taken it offline and refunded everybody. Like there's some. I mean, look at this one pains me a lot because I'm a giant fan of the series. But Mass Effect Andromeda, if you played Mass Effect 1, 2, and 3, when you heard Andromeda was coming, it was the greatest news ever because it looked like after 3, Mass Effect could potentially be done. And then, oh, they're making a new Mass Effect game. Woo! And then we got Andromeda, and I was like, who in the fuck? What human being played this game at a studio and said, yeah, that's ready to go. Ship it. Oh, Anthem? Is that the one where you're like in an Iron Man type suit flying around? I actually liked Anthem. I had a fun time until I ran out of stuff to do. It's the biggest problem with live service games. We're seeing it in Destiny 2 right now. We're live service games. Avengers, you remember the Avengers game that came out a few years ago? Fantastic game. The story, the campaign was great. Nothing to do. Once you hit a certain point, it was just doing the same shit over and over again, trying to find a better, grinding for gear. And why were you grinding for gear? So you could keep doing the same. It was, yeah. And yes, it is 164, 168. No, here's one right there. Although I should be saving the fucking cantina energy. Um, I can do this all day. But yeah, just it's the huge problem with live service games is if you don't set up enough stuff on the back end of all the awesomeness, it's gonna die in a hurry. Um, Destiny 2 is having massive problems, and that game's been somehow hanging on for 10 years. I mean, but look at GTA. GTA 5 has been out for like 12, 13 years now, and the online's been out for like 11. And yeah, there are times when, and I play that game, but there are times when I'll take a week or two off because there's just not much that's driving me to play it. But then there's times when there's a ton of stuff to do, and that's all I want to play. Um, well, it was made by BioWare, but not proper BioWare. I think it was made by BioWare Montreal or something like that. It was one of the satellite, like the main BioWare people didn't make it. It was one of the satellite studios, which got shut down after Andromeda because oh my god, my soul has never been hurt so much by a game as Mass Effect Andromeda hurt me. It utterly gutted me. Utterly gutted me. So painful. So fucking painful. But yeah, I don't, you would think as time went on and developers and people who make this content would come to realize how important these properties are to people. And it just seems like sometimes they just don't care, and like just slapping the name Mass Effect or Star Wars onto a product doesn't guarantee its greatness. It might get you an initial push of sales, but what you're doing in the long run is pissing people the fuck off because you destroyed something they love. Like, we're now in a day and age where word spreads fast enough about stuff that just slapping oh, look, I managed to get a bonus Zeta off of one battle. Look at that. 100% drop rate. Look at that. I'm just trying to get stars, and you got me a Zeta. Fantastic. I'm not even trying to get stars. I got peer pressured into getting stars, but it got me a Zeta, so thank you. Let's see if we can find the other star. Yeah, Battlefront. I used to play the shit out of the originals. But yeah, the loot boxes and the monetization of things of that nature. It's like Fortnite kind of has it dialed in. You know what I'm saying? Like they have a solid, fun game to play, but then they sell you the skins and stuff. And holy, what the hell? I just got in. Did they up the drop rates or something? Because all of us, like, that's way better of a drop rate than I ever got. Doing, like, and I had thousands of this energy when this event kicked off, and I burned through it, and I did not end up netting that many total Zeta materials. I think I maybe got 25, 26, 27, somewhere in there, and I just picked up 2 off of a single battle. I guess the game is like, oh, you're a good lad. You're a good lad. Oh, speaking of Scribe, he just went live. So whenever we get around to wrapping this up, because I'm not quite there yet, but whenever we get around to wrapping it up, maybe we'll raid. We can talk about almost anything you want to talk about. There are very few topics that if they were to be brought up, I would say we're not going to talk about that, or I'm not going to talk about it, or if you guys want to talk about it, feel free. I'm not going to comment. It's a very, very small list of things. And even then, even touchy subjects, as long as they're spoken about kind of responsibly and respectfully, I'll allow. But yeah, there's just certain areas, certain topics. If we go into it, I'm just not gonna touch it with a 10-foot pole. And if you feel like playing around with what those topics potentially could be, you know, start a roulette wheel or whatever in the chat, and I'll tell you if it flies or not. Oh, I mean, I think the 10-foot pole thing started long before it was referenced in the Grinch, but how big was the pole in the Grinch? Now, granted, when you say the Grinch, I'm thinking about the original cartoon that like Boris Karloff narrated and sang the songs for. So I know things are different, and Sammy likes that newest Grinch cartoon. He likes that quite a bit. Yeah, like a 29 and a half foot pole, like that thing. Yeah, I think the pole and the length reference, I think that came out long before the Grinch. But yeah, when you say the Grinch to me, that's what I think of. And like, if you were to say Charlie Brown, I would think of the Great Pumpkin, because that's what I grew up with. That used to be the biggest fucking thing in the world, by the way. Now you can watch the Great Pumpkin ad nauseum, but when I was a little kid, we had this thing called the TV Guide. It was a book, put one out every week, and you would flip through that book, and you'd have this grid layout showing you what was on all the channels at what time. Kind of like if you were to open your TV and hit Guide on whatever cable or streaming service, it would bring up a whole block of things for you to scroll through. Like my favorite film that is about Halloween or deals with Halloween, or are you talking about the franchise Halloween? Because if you're talking about the franchise, I have never seen any of them. I am not like the topic. I do love Halloween a lot. I have a lot of very, very fond memories of Halloween. And one of those memories was waiting every year to see what time and what day of the week the Great Pumpkin Charlie Brown would be on TV. Lots of core memory stuff. Halloween was my dad's favorite thing in the world. He loved taking us trick-or-treating. My dad has passed away. He's been gone for over a decade now, but he always said whenever he had grandkids, he wanted to, wherever they were, he wanted to go there and take them trick-or-treating, and unfortunately that never got to happen. My mom, Halloween is probably in my family the favorite holiday. My mom has a room that's decorated Halloween year-round. And she collects, she collects old Halloween cards and decorations and blow molds and things like that. So yeah, Halloween's a big deal. I love the holiday. This year, when we go trick or treating, I'm actually going to be in a costume with Sam. We're going as my wife got us Jedi robes. He's got a little Jedi robe set, and I've got a big Jedi robe set. So I'm gonna be the master. He's gonna be the apprentice, and we're gonna have. I've got my authentic Luke Skywalker lightsaber. I'll have clipped, and he'll have a cheap ass toy lightsaber. But yeah, we're both going. I have yet to dress up with him for Halloween, so this is the first time. So that'll be fun, and we'll. They do Halloween parades here, which is something they don't do where I'm from. So we're going to go to one of the Halloween parades, and they'll throw candy to the crowd as they go by and stuff like that. But yeah, Halloween's handled differently here than where I'm from, and maybe it's handled this way now back home. Maybe it's just this way everywhere, but they schedule trick-or-treating. When I was growing up, trick-or-treating was done on Halloween. It didn't matter if it was Sunday, Saturday, Wednesday, whatever, you were going out Halloween night. Here, trick-or-treating is a scheduled thing. They announce it. They put it in the papers. It's on the radio. The community trick-or-treat will be on this day from this time to this time, and that's it. It's very, very weird. Very weird. To me, it's a very foreign concept because it's just like, you go out on Halloween. Like, what the fuck do you mean you're going out on October 28th because that's what day the town is designated for trick-or-treating? The fuck are you talking about? So, yeah. But no, I love Halloween. I love Halloween. I love it quite a bit. Halloween, 4th of July, and Christmas. Those are my three favorite holidays. And I mean, truth be told, if you wanted me to rank them in order, Christmas would probably be last on the list. But I do love Christmas because Sammy just lights up on Christmas. Christmas becomes when you become a parent. Christmas becomes a different feel, and seeing your kid get excited about presents and the tree and stuff like that, it's very special. Yeah, they schedule Halloween. Well, here's the thing. Well, no, it's Pennsylvania. It's just here. Back home, I don't know how it's handled, but back home, growing up, you would just go out on Halloween, but it's here. So trick-or-treating here is mostly done with, it's scheduled for a day, and then the vast majority of it is done with downtown businesses. So you're more or less walking the main street of whatever town you're in and hitting the businesses and getting your trick-or-treating that way. It's not much of going to people's houses. It's probably about 75% businesses, 25% houses, where I currently live. where I grew up, we would go to the neighborhood by our elementary school, which is what we call primary schools in the United States, elementary. I don't know what it's for. I don't understand it. Believe it or not, but I'm just as capable of doing mischief when you're scheduling it for a certain night as opposed to it being the same night, which is also a schedule, by the way. I mean, Halloween is still going to be on October 31st, no matter what time you tell me the trick-or-treating is. Like, I don't understand it. I don't pretend to understand it. I just roll with it. And yeah, dude, Walmart starts selling Halloween candy the week after the 4th of July ends. So if you're not ready for Halloween, it's on you. I used to be mischievous. Now I'm just old. Now I'm just old and tired. And I want to sit down. Yeah. I mean, they have these things called calendars that tell you when it's coming. Well, okay, so here's the big controversy here in the county I live in. The next town over scheduled their trick-or-treating for Saturday, November 4th. People are pissed. Yeah, people are pissed. And I think I think there might be some like good reasons behind scheduling the trick-or-treating, where it's just like that way you can go to, because no town's trick-or-treating is on the same day. It's coordinated, so everybody's trick-or-treating is on a different day. But I guess it lets kids go and trick-or-treat in multiple places and get multiple candy, and gets more people to see the costumes and all that. But yeah, here in the United States, if you don't have a porch light on, you're just told, hey, that means there's no one there. Don't trick-or-treat here. And it's typically how it goes. But yeah, no, Halloween's just weird here, but I've kind of gotten used to it. Kind of. I haven't been to a party in, like an actual party. Oh, God, it's been forever. I guess I went to a New Year's Eve party this last year. If by New Year's Eve party you're meaning a bunch of people in their 40s with their teenage kids sitting around playing board games, but yeah, we couldn't go too crazy for New Year's. I was home. They did a hockey game that I wanted to go to. It was called the Winter Classic in Seattle this last year. So I wanted to go to that because I'm from there, Seattle. I'm a big Seattle hockey fan. I love it, and so it's probably a once in a lifetime opportunity to go get to see the Winter Classic in T-Mobile Park. So I went, and my sister went, my brother went, and it was a great time. But yeah, we couldn't go crazy because we had to get up super early to get into the city the next day for the game. Yeah, I think the trick or treating goes from like 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. I think that's the schedule. Where like for me growing up, we wouldn't start until like 7:30 or 8. Like that's when we would go. Hi, Ted. What are you doing? Do you need to go out? Is that why you're here? Do you need to go out, or are you just saying hi? Do you need to go out? The dog is over here staring at me. Come on, Teddy. Come on, up. Up. Come on. People like looking at you for whatever reason. People like you. He won't hop up. He won't hop up. But no, Halloween's fun here, and like some of the businesses will turn their, they'll turn their shops into little haunted houses and stuff like that. People do some cool things, and lots of like. Here's the thing: it was never a big thing back home, but like people buy a lot of the inflatables and like put up Halloween lights and things like that. That wasn't very common back home. It was pumpkins and whatnot. Yeah, no, I'm not. I'm not going to pretend to understand. One, who is in control? Who's the one making? Who are the people getting together? Is there a Pennsylvania council on Halloween? And like, if so, how does one get on that council? And then how does one make the decisions of when you're going to put the stuff? And my wife says it's been that way forever since we were living in her hometown. Well, I just got a dirty look and a sigh.
I'm sighing at the dog.
Do you want me to get the dog?
Honey, you're working.
I'm not working. I'm talking to people. I'm on stream. It's not a big deal. I could say, hey, the dog needs to pee. I'm going to go. And they would probably be like, bye. So she hasn't killed me yet. If you were here yesterday and remember, she was listening to death metal and it made her want to kill people. Her words, not mine. I obviously survived the night. We'll see how this one goes. Oh yeah, America has HOAs. I will never ever buy a house that requires me to join an HOA. You can go fuck yourself. I mean, today you didn't get them. Who knows what's going to happen? I mean, I just gave her a whole big raft of shit about it and got dirty looks in return. So she's a good woman. Don't get me wrong. She's a good woman. And she wasn't serious, but you never know. She could be. How could I end the stream? By saying my dog needs to pee really bad and my wife wants me to take him out. That's how I would end the stream if I needed to. And we got ads again. So many ads. Ooh, this one's for a pillow of some kind. 5 dynamic sleep zones relieves pressure points. I want this pillow. This looks like a nice pillow. Did they call it the cosplayer? Is that pillow? They really have a pillow called the cosplayer? Unbelievable. Well, wonders never cease. And now it's about kitty litter. Yeah, Snapdragon. Well, apparently my ads know me because apparently I'm an old man who needs a specialized pillow, which, by the way, I do to sleep. And I have cats, so they just showed me kitty litter. And now they're showing me a Batman knife and apron set. I wish I understood what I was looking at. Batman times Dal Strong. And now it's the littlest pet shop thing that I was making fun of earlier. Oh, how cute. Look at the little pet. Oh, yeah, Mortal Kombat 1. There's a game series I used to just be absolutely obsessed with and stopped. Mortal Kombat 1. I used to really love those games. Street Fighter 2 also, or Street Fighter as well. I know they're up to like, what, 6 or 7 by now. But yeah, I used to really enjoy those games, those fighting games. And then, I don't know, maybe my tastes evolved or maybe they got too complicated for me. It's probably the second one. I think Mortal Kombat lost me around Mortal Kombat 3, and Street Fighter lost me after Alpha. So, I mean, I know they've come a long way since then, but take that for what you will. I'm an old man, but we're back. But I need 15 minutes till this kicks off. I'm gonna peep the walls at some point, anyways. But we'll see if I'm still here in 15 minutes. We'll do a quick sneak peek of what we're gonna be having to clear. Yeah. Nothing against Mortal Kombat at all, but I would have maybe preferred for them to make another Injustice game instead of. It's been a while since we've had an Injustice game, and I think we've gotten several Mortal Kombats since the last Injustice, but. Yeah, a new Injustice game would not hurt my feelings because that was a great combination of story and fighting, and then they had like a tie-in comic book series. Oh yeah, dude. I have no clue. I have no clue. I know there when 20 years ago or so when they first started becoming a thing, like Call of Duty was a big driving. Call of Duty was a big driving force in my gameplay. But I'm also, I've lately in the past few years, gotten to more of a point gaming wise where I don't mind multiplayer. I don't mind PvP, but I want it to be a choice. I don't want it to be forced on you. Like, if you're going to play this game, as cool as it is, you're going to need to deal with PvP or with griefers or whatever. And it's just like, that's not what appeals to me. I don't get a kick out of, like, when I play GTA Online, me and my brother typically play together, and we just get into a private room. We do not enjoy flying around nuking people with our oppressors or our planes, and we don't enjoy being in rooms where that's the primary activity. I think if you want to engage in that, it should be a choice that you go and you say, hey, I'm going into this room, blah, blah, blah. I'm playing this game mode where you kill people, and there's plenty of those game modes in Grand Theft Auto, so why you have to do it in public and in those game modes is beyond me, but it is what it is. But I'm more driven by single-player, single-person experiences. I want a story. I want a good story with good gameplay, and, that's my baseline. That's my baseline. I want it to be fun, and I want it to be a good story. I want it to be technically sound. Like, I don't mind bugs from time to time, but I want the game to at least perform well on whatever system I'm playing it on. Well, I'm not going to take credit for you being here for 3 hours. This is definitely one of those streams, like I said, where I had fully intended to be done almost 2 hours ago. But I have the ability to stay longer if needed, and people are talking, people are having a good time, we're having a good chat. And, like, does it even matter what I have going on this screen right now? No, it doesn't seem to bother anybody that I've gotten literally nothing going on gameplay-wise. Because we're having a good chat. We're having a good chat, and it is one reason I am here, Well, I mean, sooner or later I am going to have to go eat dinner, which is actually, it's going to be sooner rather than later. But, I like being available for people to talk to. And everybody probably will encounter this at one point or another in their lifetime where they want somebody to talk to or they need to talk to somebody and they don't have anybody to talk to. I've been in that situation. I need to talk to somebody and nobody's there. How great of a world do we live in where potentially just sitting here, just having a conversation with you guys, a person like that wanders in, sees that we're talking, and gets somebody to listen to them. I think that's a neat thing. I'm old enough to have some experience and some opinions and some input on a lot of things, and young enough to realize I still have a lot to learn. But yeah, you get to do all that through talking to people, and if someone needs to talk or just needs to vent or whatever, and I can be here for that, I think that's a great thing. And so no reason to rush off. No reason to shut the stream down as long as everybody's still chatting and having a good time. Oh, Shao Kahn, yeah, fuck that guy. Fuck that guy. Shao Kahn. Oh, Teddy. Teddy. What's going on, buddy? Oh, I thought he was about to throw up on our brand new couch. If you want to see me get off the streams or have something in the background of my house start throwing up, you'll see me moving faster than you'd ever thought a person could move. I mean, I think that's how people felt about. It's been out long enough. Elden Ring, right? Shadow of the Erd Tree. People know about Radon, right? People know about Radon. I think people feel that way about Radon right now. I know it's now at the point where most people are able to handle him, but probably spent more time fighting him and trying to get my first kill on him than I've spent doing any single other one activity in any video game previously. Like, it took me a while. Like, that was one of the most challenging things. But, also they kind of designed it to be a little bit cheap. That's neither here nor there. Challenging, very challenging, very challenging. But yeah, when I finally started making progress on Red Dawn, oh yeah. Nowadays, anything challenging gets put out, and it's not even a day before there's going to be 100 YouTube videos on this is how I did it, or you can watch a streamer do it live. Or if you really want to get a kick in the nuts, you can turn on Twitch or YouTube or whatever and see some pretty 22-year-old girl in a halter top beating the hardest boss in a video game on a Dance Dance Revolution pad, you know? That when I saw that video I just described to you is exactly a video that does exist and a thing I did see and a thing I did watch. That almost made me be like, I don't have the tits for this. No one's gonna watch me. Why am I trying to be a streamer on camera? I don't have boobs. I don't have a pretty face. I don't have any of that. That's what people are tuning in for. Simping for the pretty girls. Now, but it always does crack me up when you see a video like that and you inevitably wait for the comment to hit where somebody's like, and meanwhile, off camera, the 27-year-old virgin nerd is actually doing the playing and she's just dancing with her boobs out. Yeah, Dark Souls is a special sort of monster. That's for sure. Does take a while to get used to. It doesn't help that they change the controls or tweak the controls between all the installments. Like, you'll go into the next game and things will be a little bit different. And then Dark Souls 3, they're even a little bit more different after that. It's CAL. And yes, it is CAL, and I can confirm to you that the story in the CAL games are GOOD. In fact, they're GREAT. But yeah, they're good games. They're good games. I did a stream, like I did a marathon thing just to see how long, because I see people, oh, we're doing a 24-hour streamathon, blah blah blah. I did a thing where I wanted to see how long my old ass could stay awake and play, and that was one of the games I threw into the mix. I closed the night by starting a new playthrough of Cyberpunk, because I'd seen people on Twitter be like, is Cyberpunk good now? Like, did they fix it? And it's like, yeah, it's amazing now. It's amazing now. Like, it went from a disaster to an absolute masterpiece. Yeah, you missed quite a bit. I mean, it was almost 3 times, but we decided not to count the one that was in the middle. So, oddly enough, we just talked about, we just kind of talked about Cal, and then I get a Twitter notification on my tablet, and I go to swipe it up to get rid of it, but I accidentally pressed it, and it opened it up. And it literally says, Cal Kestis is rumored to be making his live-action debut in a Disney Plus Star Wars project in about a year. How's that for fucking coincidences? I mean, Cup can stand for a lot of things. But in this they'll use the same guy. It'll be him. It'll be him for sure. He's young. He's young enough that he can do all that stuff, live action and in video games, mocap and all that. It'll be him. Yeah, Cup is Coruscant Underworld Police. So if you ever, like in 3v3, if you ever want to put a troll team down, you put down 2 female characters and Coruscant Underworld Police, because then you have 2 girls, 1 Cup. And then if you really want to play into it from your end, you need to fight that team 69 times. I mean, I didn't know how to pronounce Coruscant until I heard it in Phantom Menace. I was like, Coruscant? I mean, and don't even get me started on Kashyyyk. It was Kashyyyk, it was Kashikakaka, like it was all sorts of things before they finally said it properly on some form of media or another. He does have Cups pushing him around. Pretty amazing. Well, I mean, the Cups were in they were in the Clone Wars cartoon. In books and comics and stuff like that. I think the first time it was ever said in Star Wars media was in the Phantom Menace when Qui-Gon was trying to get Queen Amidala off in Naboo, and the B-1 battle guard is like, where are you taking these people? And he's like, I'm taking them to Coruscant. I think that was the first time it was ever said. I could be wrong, and if I'm wrong, I apologize. It might have been in a video game prior to that, but that's the first time, like, thinking back, I think that's the first time I ever heard it said. I think that's the first time I ever heard it. But again, could be wrong. 48 seconds is my... All right, well, we're gonna wait for this thing to kick off, and then we will take a peek at what he's got down on his walls, a little bit of a preview for tomorrow morning, and then I am going to go ahead and get out of here and get ready for family dinner and all that. My wife gets done working here in about 30 seconds. Oh, yeah. I really liked how they did that in Battlefront 2 with Tamura narrating. I thought that was a neat touch. It's always good hearing his voice. All right, well, what do we have here? Lando Calrissian. Whoa, my, what do we have here? What am I looking at? What am I looking at? What am I? I'm. What? That's not Ewoks. That's 2 Wookiees, 1 Ewok. That's 2 Wookiees and an Ewok. With the healer cron, with an Ewok healer cron. What am I what am I? I don't understand what I'm seeing. Okay. Yeah, so I this is looking to be a very 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 interesting GAC. Um, I guess Leia must be on offense, or it's got a different setup on the back wall. Okay, well, we're gonna have ourselves Adventure Time tomorrow morning, kids. Should be a very interesting setup. Oh yeah, Red, you should be fine. You should be fine. As long as your Vader is sufficiently fast enough to get going first, you should be okay. And he'll get bonus speed from having a full team of Empire. That'll help him. But yeah, just check your speed. Make sure you're not wildly outsped. Because the key to that is Vader needs to get going as soon as he can. But with them being G12, you should be able to, and you being R7, you should be able to delete them pretty quick. All right. Well, all right. Well, we'll just see you tomorrow morning. We'll just see you tomorrow morning. It's shaping up to be very interesting. Very interesting. But my friends, it has been one of the longer streams I've had in a while. Almost 4 hours by the time. It will be 4 hours by the time I'm done saying goodbye to all you guys. But one of the longer streams we've had in a while. And I've had a really, really good time. Even though we spent the last, 2 hours just talking. For the most part, nothing going on gameplay-wise. Yeah, it's just been an absolute blast. Oh no! Cheers to you, my friend. Thank you again for the sub. I appreciate it. Thank you to all the folks on YouTube who subbed and stuck around and found the stream that way. So I have Q12 Ewoks with Omi and Palp Jade team Relic to beat. What should I? Yeah, okay. You have Mara Jade and Palpatine. Do they have Star Killer, or is it just Mara Jade, Palp, and a random third? Appreciate you, my friend. Appreciate you. Because Royal Guard third. That's a tough one. What are they? Are they sitting on a good datacron? Like, because that's the thing about the Palp Mara team is if they get going and they start generating the turn meter train, you could find yourself in a rough situation really fast. No Kron. That's one of those teams that you definitely don't want to overkill, but you also definitely can't underestimate it. If I were you, I would if it were me going up against that setup, I would probably use dash lead with Han and Chewie and try to nuke out Palp real quick and then go for Mara. Because, yeah, once you get rid of either Palp or Mara, the team falls apart. I mean, I'm just saying if it was me. R5 Jade, so they're going for Star Killer. If they've got an R5 Mara, they're prepping for Star Killer. Well, I mean, if Omi Ewoks are your best option, then they're your best option. But yeah, I'm just telling you what I would do, because I don't have your roster memorized. But yeah, that would be what I would do in that situation with the tools I have. But you got R7 Emperor, R5 Sidious, and R5 Maul. I'm not sure. Gear 11 Wampy Omi. What's your tenacity on your Wampa? Oh, I think Proxy would be cool. I think Proxy would be awesome. I'm actually kind of surprised we haven't gotten Proxy and Rom Koda and all those guys yet. Yeah, imagine Proxy's abilities, like them being able to go into their hologram form and like have different abilities based on who they're hologramming as. So 77% plus 100% from the Omicron. God, Wampa. If he was a little bit higher, I would say to try to throw Wampa at that. But if they get a shock on him and then stagger him, he's done. You have CLS. I mean, CLS is hand shooting first. I mean, go for Palp or go for Mara. I mean, maybe go for Palp because he's R1. If you can nuke Palp out in a hurry, you would have a pretty easy cleanup. Because again, him and Mara, if they don't have each other, they kind of fall apart. Yeah, Wampa versus Ewoks could work. But yeah, there's so much shock and stagger and daze on the Palpatine team that if Wampa gets stunned, you're done. So, yes, CLS, if you can nuke out Palp or Mara, you said Palp's R1, I would try to nuke him out, and then you'd maybe have the team under control at that point, because the Royal Guard isn't anything to worry about. But yeah, if you can get rid of Palp real quick and then work on Mara, I think you'll be okay. But I'm getting out of here, folks. It's that time of day. It's that time of day. I got to go be a dad. I got to go be a husband. I got to go be a pet owner. The dog's being a pain in the ass. The cats are hungry. I'm hungry. Everybody's hungry. Everybody's cranky. Everybody's grumpy. Except for me. Because I'm very happy. I had a great stream, and it was all because of you guys. All because of you guys. So I cannot thank each and every one of you enough. Especially, Graxy and Hap. You guys are here pretty much every day. Unless I forget to tag Grax on Discord, and then he gets here, but just whenever he feels like it. Wampa is the best solo. There's Darth Bane, but he's meant to be a duo. Emphas Nest, if you have her geared up enough, she can be a really good solo. I'm trying to think of other really, really good solos. They haven't really made a whole lot of characters that are kind of like one-man armies. When Sidious had his Kron, he was an absolute monster of a one-man army. But, yeah, they haven't really made a whole bunch of this character is meant to be alone. sort of characters. Oh, and there's Sam from out of nowhere. He's now out here with us. All right. Oh, Savage. Yeah, Savage Press. If you have his Omicron, he's fantastic by himself. What are you doing, little kid? You looking for mommy? Did she not follow you? Oh, he found mommy. All right. I got to go, guys. I love you to pieces. You guys are the best. Thanks for being here. We will, tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, which is 6 a.m. Pacific and 3 in the afternoon, 2 in the afternoon over in the UK. And then if you're in Australia, I think it's Saturday morning or some shit over there. I just picked Australia at random just because I don't understand how the international dateline works. But anyways, you'll see, if you have notifications turned on, you'll see me go live. I usually wait a few minutes before starting anything. We'll do GAC on the smaller account first and then hop over here for the big show. But everybody have a good day. Best of luck with your GACs. Let me know how they go tomorrow or the next time we run into each other. Last week at 3v3, and then we get a week off, and then we're back to proper 5v5 action. And then, next week we should have another marquee character. So if that happens, I'm assuming it's going to. You'll see me on a marquee stream as well. Along with, I thought that was him making that noise for a second. I was about ready to call the hospital because my wife was flexing this pan and it made Sam sound like he had like the worst emphysema cough you've ever heard in your life. Jesus. Yeah, dude, it's rough. But yeah, so lots of stuff to look forward to. Conquest starting next week, TB starting next week, and then next week is a week off from whatever. What's the word I'm thinking of? GAC. That's the word I'm thinking of. All right, guys. Good luck with everything. Wonderful to have you all here. Please come back again. Please like, follow, share, subscribe. There is a place on my Twitch homepage that has, if you go into I think under the About section, there is a link to donate directly. I think this is the first time I've ever talked about it. There is a button you can press to support. I think this is the first time I've ever talked about it. I kind of assumed that was something people would find on their own, and then if they wanted to do something, they could. But it's there if you're so inclined. If nobody is so inclined, as nobody has been inclined to do so till now, the world goes on. Not a big deal, but it's there. It's available. It's an option, which I have never talked. But it's just a way to support directly. If you don't want to watch streams and help me build up this sweet, sweet, glorious ad revenue. But it's there. And I don't think I've ever mentioned it before. It's just not in the forefront of my mind. But anyways, guys, we'll catch you tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. my time for GAC and whatever else might come up between now and then. Everybody have a good night. Everybody take care. Pleasure having you all here and can't wait to see you again. Have a good one.